Phenomena number 56, Reptilians with a question mark. Mr. Lee is the first in chat, and Mr. Lee is the one that hangs around here that mentions these guys the most. Welcome, Mr. Lee. Welcome, Ben. Welcome, Lowrider. Beard Supremacy, indeed. Karen Ann Preston, that's a new name. Welcome. How y'all doing? So, Mr. Lee, you still believe in these reptilians? You think the queen is the reptilian or one of the reptilians? Patty Troy is here. Welcome. And Judy Wheeler, welcome. It is Saturday, August 6th, 2022. So, does anybody recognize the pictures on the thumbnail by chance? Angel Nolan's here. Welcome. I didn't want to be too clickbaity about it. I was thinking about putting on there, does he tell all? But the picture, of course, I mean, obviously those pictures are not actual reptilians. Mr. Lee says, yes, Lockbeard, the queen is an 8-foot tall reptilian. Chessboard's here. He says, hello, Lockbeard, and all ya reptilians. Sure, somebody's bound to recognize those pictures. I guess I'll wait and see if anybody does. David Icke, a lot of people heard about these reptilians and this whole idea that they control the world and stuff. They heard it from him. And he heard it from science fiction and ancient legends of dragon men and crap like that. That's, he got the idea. It sounded cool. He started telling this story and people started buying into it. The reptilian claims fall into kind of the same category as Dogman. That thing doesn't fit within the evolutionary tree anywhere. It doesn't. A few years back, well, it's probably been 20 years back, somebody made this image of what they claim would be an evolved dinosaur. I can't remember which dinosaur they were saying it was. And they made it where it basically looked like kind of like the aliens, the gray aliens in a way. But this dinosaur that they had imagined evolved to be shaped very much like us, very humanoid. And it's a ridiculous concept that a lot of people, they think this way. They think that if something like a dinosaur or anything else was to evolve into an intelligent species, that it would be shaped like us, humanoid shaped. That's an absolutely ridiculous concept, but people got it in their heads that somehow we are what the design of the more advanced species is. The reality is we're not more advanced than anything else on the planet, from the smallest microbe to the biggest whale to a fungus. All life on this planet started at the same point and has had the same amount of evolutionary time behind us. It's just that everything is designed for its particular niche. Everybody went down their own path. Not everybody's going to go down the path and say, I'm going to try and be smart. They might say, I'm just going to be good at doing something else, good at killing, good at rotting things, something. Everything's got to fill its particular niche. Nothing is more advanced than the other. Now, someone might argue that, well, something's changed more in a certain amount of time, and somehow it doesn't make a difference. The only reason one thing changes more than another is because it's had different pressures that have caused it to change. whereas the other thing did not. Crocodilians are kind of an example. They had a really good design. So when the extinction event occurred, that design was able to weather that road that bumpy road, after the extinction, because a gator can, he gets one big meal and he's good for a year. Well, shoot, you got a population of gators. Even if they run out of other things to eat, they could just start eating each other. One big gator eats a little bit smaller gator, but they could pretty much sustain themselves for centuries like that, as long as they breed fast enough and there's nothing else predating their offspring. But there is absolutely no reason to think that anything like a reptile or a dinosaur would evolve into the same shape as us. That don't make any sense. Even if they evolve to be intelligent, it still doesn't mean that they would be shaped just like us. Our shape isn't the necessary component of our intellect. Something can be intelligent and be completely different shaped than us. Um, it could be shaped. It could be like an octopus. Octopi are very intelligent creatures. Um, One of these days, we might find out that they're capable of shit near human capacity if given the education, and then if we can figure out how to properly communicate with them. They might be more intelligent than us, and we just don't know it because we can't communicate with them, and they don't have the technology, or maybe they're just not. Even if they are more advanced, they're not advanced enough to figure out how to communicate with us. It could be something like that. But so to think that some kind of reptile evolved to be shaped just like humans, and now it's able to, put a mask on or whatever. Of course, David Icke is pushing other shapeshifters and all this other bullshit. Man, there is nothing else that's a shapeshifter. You got to prove that there's a such thing as a shapeshifter in the first place. Forget this wild reptilian claim. Prove that there's some. It's just like with Bigfoot. Prove that there's portals. Forget Bigfoot. Prove there's portals. Prove that there's mind speak, and prove that there's cloaking. All these claims that Bigfoot's supposed to do, and you got to prove those things first. Of course, that might be hard because you might be dealing with something like mind speak. Mind speak, it may be a thing that, while possible, cannot be reliably produced in a experimental setting to prove it to science. At least not yet, which is a problem, right? Because you can't prove it if you can't, replicate experiments. So that is a problem. Catch up in some chat here. What fits, Ben? I'm not sure what you're talking about there. The chessboard, welcome. BPD, what if dinosaurs would have evolved? Well, yeah, I mean, I just covered that whole thing where they made that I probably should find that picture where they made that dinosaur that supposedly evolved. Well, they're claiming that it evolved to be shaped like us and to become intelligent, and it doesn't make any sense. And I know, the average person on the street who hasn't studied any kind of evolutionary biology, or really given the whole subject much thought at all, is going to understand, fully why. But it's a ridiculous concept. I mean, dinosaurs did evolve, right? They evolved. The ones that survived, they became birds. They became birds. So who knows what the other ones would have become? But they didn't survive. So tough luck. Turtles survived, and they basically stayed the same because their design didn't require that they change very much. Same for the crocodilians, the coelacanth. Not evolution at all. I'm not sure what you mean there. Lowrider says, if the bankers are reptilian, then yes, the reptilians control the world. Well, I really doubt the reptilians. I think they're just greedy humans. There's no evidence to anything other than that they're just greedy humans. Donald says, "Hey, aren't you early, or am I off on your startup time on Saturday? It's 6 p.m. Central Time. Central Time, 6 p.m. Welcome to the chat, Donald. Absolutely right. I'm not sure what you're saying right too. Hopefully everything though. Mr. Lee says, Donald, are you off on your startup time? Sanders here. Welcome. Saying hi to everybody there. Donald says, did I miss everything, Mr. Lee? Well, you know what Mr. Lee's going to say. Mr. Lee says, David Icke is also famous for saying he was the son of God. Yeah, that dude's trying to start a damn cult. Like, he has said a few things that were absolutely true, but, you know, that doesn't mean you believe all the crap he says. The best lies have a kernel of truth in there to kind of, you know, sweeten the milk, get people to accept the lie. Daddy Adolf knew all about that. Daddy Adolf. For you Germans. Judy says shapeshifters are real and dangerous. What? I'm not buying it. Not buying it. Mark Dobbins here. Welcome. Laura says when Lockbeard's hand gets close to the camera, it looks like he's wearing a catcher's mitt. Does it? Most everything is by design, says Judy. There is Western New York Bigfoot Investigation Group. It's Joe, aka Satch. Hey, I got a solution to our problem. When people are saying Joe and the Squatching Cowboy is Joe and Western New York Bigfoot Investigation Group Joe is here. So maybe we should just call Cowboy Squatching Cowboy, and we can just call Joe Satch. And just completely nobody call anybody Joe up in here. Just dropping in to say hi, and you're still alive. Yeah, what happened last night, man? What happened last night? I think I got a clip here. I got a clip here for you that you may like this clip. Those guys are freaking awesome, man. Hope all's well. Chessboard says dinosaurs must still be alive. I just finished watching Dinosaur Island. Don't even miss everything, man. David Icke, man, fucking nut. Donald says, found out we got a bear and a cub in the neighborhood. The neighbor across the street showed me pics of them. I doubt they are bear and not Bigfoot. Huh? You think they're Bigfoot? Mr. Lee says, well, apparently Daddy Adolf is still alive. Yeah, some people say that he'd be really, really old right now, but some people say that he didn't die back then. He actually went to South America, and there are huge communities of Germans down in South America just chilling, waiting for the next Reich, I suppose. Chessboard says hi to Satch. Yeah, Satch. That reminds me, the fanny pack is like what was, I think Nikki was calling it like a waist satchel or something like that. Um, Mr. Lee says, Judy, yeah, you watch Joe Rogan? Yeah, Joe Rogan's got some cool stuff on there. But David Icke, no David Icke, man. That dude's nuts. It's freaking nuts. What about Credo Mutwa? I do not know what that is. What the heck is a Credo Mutwa? Um, Vusa Mazulu Credo Matwa. Zulu Sangoma from South Africa is known as the author of the books that draw upon African mythology, traditional Zulu folklore, extraterrestrial encounters, and his own personal encounters. His last work was a graphic novel called The Tree of Life trilogy, based on his writings. Is most, yeah, I'm not familiar with that guy. Um, so what did he watch about? Okay, reptilian agenda. Huh. Okay, says David Icke aligned himself with Mutwell's theory of a reptilian agenda, that a reptilian race evolved on Earth and not of alien origin, has controlled the world for thousands of years. He made reference to the earthly origin on video in an Icke interview. Look, I can't, truly, I can't 100%. Look, that claim is extraordinary, and extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. I haven't seen any evidence. They're just claims. These guys are just claiming this stuff and not producing any evidence whatsoever. And people want so badly to believe in these crazy stories, these fairy tales, that they just jump on it. Say, oh, it's got to be true. Mutwall said it. Nike said it. And I watched the TV show V, and that was the alien agenda revealing itself or some shit like that. Got provide one piece of proof. It's at least with Sasquatch, you got some damn footprints. There's not any proof. This is just claims. And if we run with every single claim out there, we're going to be in a lot of crap. I mean, there's claims of all kinds of crap out there. I mean, there's even a bat squatch. There's a freaking bat squatch out there. I'm wondering if bat squatch hangs out with another squatch named Robin Squatch. You know, they're both wearing utility belts and not fanny packs. So they need to have evidence. And now that being said, look, if I hate to feed people's fantasy about this reptilian thing, but it certainly is a possibility. Let's say you had an intelligent raptor. Let's say I don't know, a long time ago. Maybe they weren't really intelligent enough to develop a lot of technology, but they were good with selective breeding, and had some minor technology. Anyway, they knew maybe they maybe they maybe they selectively bred themselves to be shaped more like humans, with a plan to be able to walk in disguise around the humans and manipulate them and use them in whatever way they wanted to, for slaves or whatever. What if humans didn't originally have this long hair? Maybe we became, this very low hair animal. We had no hair here and no hair here. So they selectively bred us too to have this hair, and it helps them to disguise themselves among us, because it's easy to disguise yourself behind the beard and the hair. It's easier. It would be easier. So there's a theory. I mean, we could theorize. I could theorize the shit out of this stuff. It'd be fantastic. I could write. I could write this as a book explaining the entire theory, and then sell it, and people would gobble this shit up. It's complete bullshit. It's not outside the realm of possibility. But it's really small, tiny, tiny possibility that these events actually transpired. But there's people that want to believe it so badly they'll jump all over it, and you know. But I would be dishonest to do such a thing. Judy says, not at all, Miss Lee. I heard Joe Rogan sold out. And that's a big debate about him. Did he sell out? Did he not? I mean, if you're offered that much money, or is it, can anyone really justify turning that down? Um, it's a limited time. Maybe he's thinking he gets his money, and then goes back to what he was doing. Maybe they want to keep him because they made so much money from Spotify. And then, but he's like, I'm not re-signing unless you pay this a way bigger number. And, dude's going to be stupid rich. So I guess, can you blame him too horribly much? I don't know. You can to some extent, but Prey's already out. Good movie. I don't know. I have to see it. The last Predator movie was such a despicable piece of crap. The writing was just crap. Absolute crap. Judy says, whatever that means, Mr. Lee. Yeah. Did you watch Charlie? Got a lot about that. Been trying to sleep a lot. You can sleep when you die. Mr. Lee says, original V series fantastic. Yeah. Just feeds that reptilian crap. People want to believe it's real. Was joking about my what? Just Satch says, chessboard with the way I'm still feeling. That's not off the table yet. Man, just start popping vitamin C. Like the most I took in one day was 28 grams. That's 28,000 milligrams. You can't poison yourself with vitamin C. The worst that can happen is you get the shits because your body's just trying to flush it extra out that it can't, because you can't absorb 28 grams a day. Your system's not made to do it like that. So, but you're kind of like trying to force it in, so you get a little bit more with every additional gram. But the more vitamin C crammed down you, the faster you get better. Judy says, damn it, Lockbeard, what proof do we have of anything anymore? Well, I mean, I've never personally met any of y'all. I don't know that you're real. I'm pretty sure y'all are real. I'm pretty sure you're real. But, I mean, look, we'll never find any truth if we're chasing down all these rabbit holes, looking at stuff that's just ridiculous claims. Maybe some people like that and they're having fun and they're entertained and whatever. That's great. It's just we need to create a clear division line between those of us that want the facts, and then those people that want bullshit. They want to live in a fantasy world over there, and we're not trying to live in a fantasy world. At least I'm not. And I know a lot of people here are not trying to live in a fantasy world. We want facts. We want things that can actually, we won't be proven. we need to filter out who we're listening to and who we're not. Someone starts making some ridiculous claims. People say, "Oh, we can't exclude people." No, you have to exclude people. If you want to sit down and just listen to Matt Johnson's bullshit, or pay attention to Zasky's pareidolia bullshit and pay him, for pareidolia, that's your business. But you're never going to get anything. I mean, this has been going on for decades. Where are we at? Where are we at? I mean, at this point, either Sasquatch is not real, or we're doing something wrong. We're doing something wrong because we ain't got shit. People claiming they got DNA. Yeah, really? Because there's some issues with that. If you really got DNA, it's going to be pretty damn undeniable. Science is going to accept it. So, where's that? That's a whole nother ball of wax. Mr. Lee says some people think Obama a reptilian too, and that dick Tom Cruise. Well, Mr. Lee, well, if Tom Cruise is a reptilian, reptiles have internal genitalia. Did you notice if Tom Cruise had internal genitalia? Feeling better? Yep. Chessboard says, Judy, my mother used to say, believe none of what you hear and half of what you see. Satch says, not by much, Angel still favors Icky. Clever, good guest on. Yeah, Mr. Lee, that's why I need a proper studio. Start getting some guests similar to what Rogan had to talk to. Because see, Rogan, he's good. He's really good, but he's not. He's not ready to. I don't think he's ready to entertain certain things. Sasquatch being one of those. He don't believe in Sasquatch. Angel says, drink a lot of water. Watched him a couple times to see. Donald says, does anyone remember Bat Boy? He was raised by bats in a cave in Kentucky. He assaulted a woman in a Charlotte Motor Speedway. They found him at another racetrack and killed him. According to the National Enquirer. Yeah, that was. I remember that crap on the National Enquirer. According to the National Enquirer. Tall Ones is here. Welcome. Prey was really good. Amazing cinematography and character arc. Unlike any other Predator movie franchise, is back. It was even better than the original Predator. I don't know. People tell me stuff's good, and then I go see it, and most of the time I'm disappointed. We need more Jesse Ventura up in there though. I ain't got time to bleed. Joe's actually a computer program. Judy says she's real. Chessboard speaking in binary to Joe, revealing their true nature. He's got a virus. True seekers. Brent, Mr. Lee says, Brent, yes, I was uncertain of your movie recommendations after you said you liked Top Gun Maverick, but I agree with you on this one. Maverick was not bad. Wasn't a fantabulous movie, but it wasn't bad. Lowrider says dolphins are intelligent and friendly on rye bread with some mayonnaise. Eric Cartman, yeah, they is. Well, let's see here. Surprise. Brent says he's surprised how good they were. Tim Boy says, what we talking about? We're trying to talk Mr. Lee down off the ledge. He believes that the queen is a reptilian. I guess she's 8 foot tall too. Some crazy stuff. Level out, come on. Get to watch Prey. I don't know. I mean, it ain't in the theaters, isn't it? Isn't it on one of those services? Mr. Lee says Joe Rogan did believe in Sasquatch till that Todd Standing less straw fiasco. I don't think he did. Like, I remember back when he was interviewed Bobo and all that. I don't think he ever really believed Sasquatch was real. Brian and Chewy Go Hiking's here. Welcome. Judy says those that haven't seen can't. Those that have can't unsee. Brent says hard to compare to the original Predator, but it's up there. This was a different kind of movie. Mid South is here. Welcome. Says what's up, Lockbeard. Mr. Lee says Brent, that girl was badass. She's from Legion series. You watch that? You believe she's reptilian? Joe Satch says the queen is not reptilian. She's an android. Mid South. Hey, says Mr. Lee. Brian and Chewy says it's in the top 3 of all the Predator movies. Well, that's not really hard to. It's not really hard to achieve. So, yeah. Brent says 3PO haven't seen that show, but yeah, she was badass. Let me see here. Dang, we caught up with chat. So yeah, Mr. Lee. I mean, there's no evidence of these reptilians, man. It's extremely. It doesn't fit within anything in the fossil record. Like, you know, none of the dinosaurs that they say, oh well, this could have evolved into something humanoid. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. I mean, yes, it's rare that fossils are formed, but there's absolutely nothing. And so there would have to be some very extraordinary and very, very unlikely circumstances for something like that to evolve. But if it did, and it's shaped just like us, it almost has to be specifically in order to parasitize on us in some way, because for that drastic of a body form change to happen in a creature, matching something else in its environment, there had to be some extraordinary evolutionary pressures for them to adapt in that way, to change that drastically to match the shape of this other creature, right? Because our shape hasn't been drastically altered from our ancestors. We're pretty damn close to the same, other than we got a bigger brain and we stood upright. So it would have to be, for some reason, the reptilian adaptation occurred in order to be shaped like us for some reason. That they became shaped like us for some reason. I don't, again, that's an extraordinarily unlikely scenario, and it's so extraordinarily unlikely that you have to dismiss it. You have to. These people that have made these claims have produced zero evidence. Precisely, Dick. You know, you see these videos with the eyes changing, stuff like that. No, no, no. That's not going to cut it, guys. This your CGI bullshit is not going to cut it. So, who else is coming here? There's Nikki. She said, I didn't like Prey. It was okay, nothing special. Ben's asking if Mr. Lee's going on the show. No, Mr. Lee ain't coming on here. I believe he's going to be. Aren't you going to be on Mogs on Tuesday, Mr. Lee? Mitzau says the Reptilians concept is well hidden from the public eye. Mr. Lee says Ben Lockbeard doesn't have guests on the show. He's the one-man band. Yeah, not really on it. I mean, maybe eventually it evolve into that. I mean, a couple people jumped on. Pat got on one night, and Satch got on one night. But you know, maybe it eventually evolve into that. But really, you know, I gotta upgrade the scenario here. I can't, you know, I don't know. For the time being, I'm just not prepared to do all that. Judy says bloodsuckers and energy vampires. Oh my gosh. Sander says hi to Nikki. Mid South says they live in the inner earth. Well, again though, prove there's an inner earth. Prove there's this whole claim of this inner earth world, and yet no evidence. It's just people made this claim, and you know we need evidence for these claims. And now, if you're just talking about caves, well, sure, there's caves, but then we're still dealing with there's a claim that the reptilians exist, and then there's the claim of where they live. And, you know, how do we know where a thing lives without evidence of that? And you can't really get evidence of that because you don't have evidence the thing exists in the first place. So, these are just claims. Everything points to these are just claims. And it's such a spectacular claim. It's so extremely unlikely that such a thing could exist that it has to be dismissed. Mr. Lee says reptilians are from space, not this planet, Lockbeard. Well, now, Mr. Lee, you're just you know, some people are saying they're from here, some people are saying it because I think Ike was saying they were from the Drago constellation or something, and that they didn't live in our dimension, they lived in another dimension, but they came here for some reason. It just gets wilder and wilder. Satch says if reptilians humanoids exist, they would have to be from a different part of the universe. I have spoken. Going to bed. Y'all have a good night. All right, Joe. Donald says a great dinner tonight. Some pulled pork brisket, smokehouse. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he there was something that I had said some stuff about, and he wanted to weigh in, and he wanted really badly to weigh in about that, and I was like, yeah, I mean, we can do this, you know. It was not something I normally would do, but in that case, I decided to go ahead and do it. Yeah, one time. Tend to have pulled pork for lunch. House flavor. We're gonna try it. With the cost of everything going up, it has become a once in a while treat. Joe feel better? Yeah, Joe feel better. We had sirloin steak with baked potato and broccoli and cheese Caesar salad, says Mr. Lee. Trying to So everybody saw the thumbnail. So where does anybody know what the thumbnail is? Where it come from? I mean, obviously that's not a picture of a real reptilian getting beaten by the government for information. Trying to get a video popped up here. There we go. Well, it's got it set up anyway. Judy says, Donald, sadly true. They're going to feed us more bugs. Yeah. Burger Smokehouse. You can make everybody hungry. Grasshopper's here. He says, finally relaxing out of the heat. Been working on my former Squatch van. Check that out. Brandy would know it. Yes, I'm pretty sure Brandy would know it, Mr. Lee. Nikki says tomorrow is going to be girls show. The ladies of Triple H. And it's probably likely that Jay is going to crash the show, perhaps. Yeah, so everybody be over there at Harry Man Hoaxes and Hoodwinks tomorrow. All girls show, it sounds like. I would have mentioned to everybody about Pat being on that what's his name, Kenny, forgetting the last name, Biddle or Beidle, Kenny Biddle or Beidle. He's a super skeptic, I guess. Dude doesn't even believe UFOs exist, even though the government has admitted at least that much. And way too many people have seen them, and large numbers of people seeing them sometimes together. But I didn't know about it. I would have told you all about it last Saturday, but I didn't know it was going to happen. So, but maybe he didn't know either at that time. But yep, tomorrow night, Harry Man Hoaxes and Hoodwinks, girls' night. Yeah, Angel said same thing. How many guys going to try and sneak on? Hey, I think you should let it slide as long as they are like fully decked out. Fully decked out. You know, I don't think a mop is going. A mop on the head isn't going to cover it. We need a proper wig, full makeup, stuffing, whole nine. In fact, we probably need proof of tuck and duct tape. We probably need proof of duct, so it's going to be wild. It's going to be wild. Will Lady J be there? Evening at Yo Cray Cray Crypto Weirdos. Says Grass. Miss South, it's me. He's just not stoned enough yet, says Mr. Lee. Kenny Beidle. Yeah. Kenny Beidle or Biddle. I'm not sure I'm getting the pronunciation correct. Mid South says I'm headed in. Our Wi-Fi is out, and I'm outside across the street using my neighbor's, which has the same passcode because it's the same landlord. But I'm draining sweat too much. See y'all. Thanks for dropping in, Mid South. See you next time or somewhere else in the interwebs. Donald says, Graz, I went and looked at a 2005 Ford van today. The body and interior are mint, but the guy says it needs an oil pump. I opted out because them Triton V8s are garbage. Stuffing, yeah. And tuck and duct tape. Tuck and duct tape. Lady Mogs for sure will infiltrate. Grasshopper says, Donald, the V10s have huge power and torque. None of the new stuff other than Dodge Diesel. Lady Mogs. Mid-South says, yep, catch y'all later. See ya, Mid-South. I can't believe this. No one knows what those pictures on the thumbnail come from. This is crazy. I'm very disappointed. Yeah. Maybe this will help. I don't know. Maybe this will help. I don't know. Here's a clip. Here's a clip from where where those the TV show, obviously, that those pictures came from.
Ambassador, while I was out there, I saw something. What was it?
What is this?
An ant.
Ant.
So much gets shipped out from Earth on commercial transports, it's hard to keep them out.
Yeah, I just picked it up on the tip of my glove. If I put it down again, and it asks another ant. What was that? How would it explain? There are things in the universe billions of years older than either of our races. They are vast, timeless. And if they are aware of us at all, it is as little more than ants. And we have as much chance of communicating with them as an ant has with us. We know. We've tried. And we've learned that we can either stay out from underfoot or be stepped on.
That's it? That's all you know?
Yes. They are a mystery. And I am both terrified and reassured to know that there are still wonders in the universe, that we have not yet explained everything. Whatever they are, Miss Sakai, they walk near Sigma 957. They must walk there alone.
Chessboard says, Judy Wheeler, are you over the jet lag? Key Vout, new person, welcome, says, we're in a period of time now where they are disseminating information about the alien presence on the Earth, but they are doing it in such a way that people can accept. Donald says Grasshopper would be a good swap for a Cummins diesel. Still connected, so we'll see. Alien Nation, no. That's a big no right there. Yep. Not Alien Nation. Nope, not Star Trek. Although there's kind of a controversy about one of the Star Trek series stealing ideas from this show. But it was a pretty successful Star Trek show, but this isn't Star Trek. Kavout says they're not going to tell the absolute truth about who the Reptilians are and what's going on. They're going to create a stage alien invasion. Yeah, I think they may very well create a stage alien invasion, but I see absolutely zero proof that these reptilians exist whatsoever. Right now, it's just claims. And as far as UFOs, it's just claims that those are aliens. They very well could not be aliens at all. In fact, it's probably way more likely that they are not aliens, that they're actually someone from here. Technology that was developed by humans. Maybe not this civilization, maybe the previous civilization, but that's far more believable than aliens came from vast distances to do what? That Sitchin crap, using humans for slaves to mine gold, that made zero sense whatsoever. That was such a ridiculous claim that Sitchin, we need to resurrect such an, if he's, I don't know, is he dead? Resurrect his ass just so we can ridicule him for that ridiculous claim. There is no way that that's true. It's ridiculous. You would, if you need gold, you just go find a planetary core fragment floating around in space, which is going to have lots of gold in it, instead of scratching for the very minuscule amounts of gold on the surface of a planet by enslaving a bunch of earthling ground apes. It was just completely ridiculous. So the claims of reptilians, the claims that aliens are the ones flying the UFOs, that I'm not buying it. There needs to be some evidence, and we're just not seeing any. Give out says, and when that happens, they're going to have a savior race come and help us, who will turn out to be the reptilians. See, again, that's a claim. Is there any kind of actual evidence anywhere for this claim? Because I'm not seeing it. Mr. Lee got it. It is Babylon 5. Yeah, good. Glad you had a good time. Judy says chessboard. Give out says, and then of course the reptilians will announce that they were the colonists of the earth and they're part of us, so we're part of them, and it becomes an integrated process. And this sounds so much like some science fiction. Dude, I don't know where you're getting this. This is some extremely ridiculous claims. They're very extraordinary claims, and it requires extraordinary evidence. So if you don't got any evidence, I would suggest that you don't buy into this stuff. There's no evidence of this. This is just claims. If you listen to David Icke, Icke's made a lot of freaking claims. The dude's fucking nuts. Produce evidence. Produce actual evidence. And there isn't any. No, Mr. Lee, it's not alien. For one, Tall One's already guessed that one, so you can't guess it. But you had it right the first time. Babylon 5. Raptor says, is this from Deep Space Nine? No, Deep Space Nine is the one that the Star Trek show that stole from Babylon 5, which is this show. Yeah, definitely not Alien Nation. Yeah. And welcome, chat. Welcome, Raptor Crazy. No, it's not Dune. It's not Dune. It is Babylon 5. Mr. Lee got it. Mr. Hughes here. Welcome. Judy says, so happy to meet everyone at the Arizona camp out. Much love and respect. You missed last night. We were kind of going over my map of the area that I've made, trying to figure out like where you guys got stuck and why. Like, because for a lot of those roads out there, it doesn't make any sense that the cop would take you a different direction to go out. So it really limits which roads it could be, because only certain ones go on through or circle around. A lot of them are just dead ends. So, and a whole bunch of them are not marked on Google Earth at all. You have to kind of see it. You have to look closely at the images to see that there's an actual road there. So I've been marking them. I like Google Earth doesn't mark those roads well enough anyway. It's real faint. So I marked a bunch of them so I could see what's going on. It was, you know, so based on what you guys have said so far, I was able to eliminate a lot of areas that where you could have been. Jay was here and he seemed interested in trying to figure out where it was at too, because we still don't seem to know exactly where they were at. Why are you still guessing, Mr. Lee? You got it. It was Babylon 5. Slee Stack. Dan, it's not the Slee Stacks. Jay says hello, you knuckleheads. Things. Yeah, Sitchin was absolutely ridiculous. Trying to lots of hellos and highs and what's ups. Judy says, "Oh wow, Lockbird, I missed last night." Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep fiddling with the map. I showed them my micronations map too, and has a lot of crap on it. I fiddle with that stuff all the time because it's just neat. I've always really liked fiddling with maps, and this Google Earth is a really cool tool because you can make a custom map specifically for your needs, and like I had a map um, for Arizona because I was thinking about it's been a while back where I was wanting to go to Arizona, uh, you know, do some hunt for gold and go up there to the Lee's Ferry area and try to fish some trout for the bounties and eat them. Trout's good eating. And anyway, so I just added this to that map, just because now I kind of want to go and check out the area because there's weird phenomena going up there. I want to check it out, which it really was. It was already within the zone for the Mogollon monster anyway. It's just that it wasn't a focus spot for me necessarily because it's hard to explain. I mean, it kind of falls out. It's a kind of a low. It's a lower density. There's kind of like this diagonal zone almost going across the state where it's kind of a higher density of hauntings and gold, and the trout area is kind of up there, almost in it, and the Mogollon monster zone as well. So kind of in the center of the state. Really, is the kind of the good, but it's kind of a diagonal zone almost. Deb of the Web, welcome to the chat. Jay says, I've seen an alien every morning, but one flush, sometimes two, it's gone. Tall one says, if you want to know where they were and the area, call the sheriff's office. I bet there's an app on one of their phones that shows where they were. I believe, I think Donald was planning on do that. Although Mogs said he was going to try and go out there because they left some stuff out there. So Mogs may be able to figure that out. I mean, he's there, so he may figure it out. But they really should. I don't know who manages that place, that area on the rim, but maybe they really should probably try to map it out properly so that people can find that map and be able to find their way around. It would be so damn easy to get lost in some of those areas. It's crazy. Like people just kind of made their own roads, it looks like. Laura says maybe aliens can explain why, if dolphins are so smart, why do they keep getting caught in fishing nets? Well, I mean, I would say use humans as an example. If humans are so smart, why do we get in some of the predicaments that we get into, right? And a lot of people get in wrecks all the time. A lot of people get on some really bad drug and end up ruining their lives. It'd be real easy, just don't use the drug, right? But thousands and thousands still do. At the end of the day, the aliens might say the dolphins were the smartest species on this planet, not us. Or it might be like South Park, where the aliens determined that the wisest species on the planet was the freaking cows. Only 11 likes. Mr. Lee, you never have the likes number right, though, because you have to, I guess you have to refresh. Donald says to Brent, I sent an email waiting to hear back. Oh, wow. The tall ones. For what he's calling the sheriff's office. Yeah, surely they know. He probably had to write some kind of brief report about the situation. So the location would have to be there, right? Although cops have been known to lie about location. No, this guy sounds like he was a good guy, though. But I was in a town where the cop was putting the wrong location where he was pulling people over, and so it because he was pulling them over outside his jurisdiction technically, but people didn't actually come in to his jurisdiction, so he was fudging that a little bit, the location, because the highway came through there and he was pulling people over on the highway, and he was writing down the address, I think actually at the police station in the town several blocks away. And anyway, so he's writing all these tickets, and as I recall, I think they had to, they got in trouble. They had to give that money back. And anyway, sometimes cops lie. Just because they got a badge doesn't mean they're a stand-up person. Sometimes they are a completely corrupt piece of shit. But this guy that came out and got them, I think he was probably a pretty good guy, Probably. Brent says, that's what I was thinking too. Or Mr. Lee says to Brent. Chessboard says, Lowrider, same reasons humans keep paying taxes. Ha! Exactly. Tall one says, Donald, the sheriff office or that specific sheriff. Mogs, I think, said that it wasn't the actual sheriff, but a sheriff's deputy or something like that. Because I found a picture of the sheriff there, but that wasn't him. 16, says Jay Fritz. 16 what? What? Donald says to Brent, the office, not sure of the officer's name. I'm sure they will relay the message. I said they left some audio equipment there and I need to recover it. Oh, so you did make the call? I must have missed that if you said that earlier. Oh, okay. You sent them an email. Judy says, I thought that too, Lockbeard. Better signs would help, maybe. Yeah, there needs to be a map out there, man. There are so many dead ends, and it's just wild. And I mean, well, shoot. Let me. I don't know if I can. Somehow I got something cattywampus on here. I don't know. Maybe I can pull it up this way. Well, I guess I can still pull it up. There it is. I've added a little bit more since we talked about it last night, but like if someone was just wanting to go out there and just wander around and camp and stuff, they could. It'd be nice to know like some of this information, like all those dark blue markers on there are springs. and all the light blue markers are tanks. So we're like a pond that collects water. And where's don't know what the okay. Let me bring it back up. There we go. Try to get this where you can see, kind of see. Well, that's probably good enough. I need to put yeah, put that on there. Donald used clever. One thing about the rim road, never turn left, or you better learn to fly real quick. Yeah. 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 Any NASCAR driver should probably avoid that, or come in from the other, come in from the west end. For sure. Tall one says, "Nice work, Donald. I'm sure we'll get it figured out soon. Not sure if their equipment would still be there." Donald says, "Brent, if it was a fib about the audio equipment, but I wanted to sound more important than wanting to go hang out there for research." Well, Jay said he lost 2 pairs of sunglasses. Jay says, "Lockbeard, see how that 115 road seems short, but it turns into dirt and has several turnoffs on it. I'm thinking that's it." Wait, so let me see here. You're saying 115 road seems short. Does it? I mean, it goes all the way through, though. I mean, see how it starts off a rim road, the pink road, and it just goes all the way up there. But it does have a bunch of turnoffs on it, where you can get off of it. So I can't remember how far. I think it goes all the way through to another road. Yeah, see how it comes up here and goes all the way up back over here to 99, whatever the road that is. And that comes all the way back down here to Rim Road. It's a real big circle. But there's also a circle just right here too. All the roads in here aren't marked either. Like I haven't marked everything on this in this area right here, just certain ones. But in the zone right around where Moog's camp was at, all those roads are contained by those creeks right there. So I filled in all those just to do it. But it don't look like to me that that's the area you guys were in. So if you came back down to the Rim Road and went east and then turned up 115, I can see how it's possible you got off track somehow and the cop could have brought you out somewhere else. But I don't think you guys went this far. I mean, it's a long way. I think it's possible you got on this loop. But did you see did you actually see this lookout tower? Because you'd almost have to have passed that lookout tower. Oaxaca lookout tower right there. Unless there's another crossing, which I think there might be somewhere down here. There might be. Yeah, all right, let me see here. Judy says it was all just incredible there. Brent says, oh, nice. I'm sure they would still give the information. And Judy and Jay, Brent says to Judy and Jay, have you both checked your phone's Google Maps timeline? Mine will keep tracking me even when they're in airplane mode. Jay says, maybe the one just had just to the right of it. One of the two. Yeah, I think I need to just go, go to that area and fill in all the roads I can find. Because I think I'm missing some. But if you think when you came, because you said you guys, when you first you came in on Rim Road. I mean, I guess this is the story I'm gathering from you guys, or from you, is you came in on Rim Road, you actually did turn up No Lake Road, but thought you were in the wrong place, or something like to that effect. Then you turned back on the Rim Road, going east, and then you came to that other road, but you didn't go as far as the power lines again, because you had to pass the power lines when you first came in on Rim Road. But did you pass the power lines when you were going to the road that you got stuck on? If you didn't pass the power lines, then you almost had to have turned on 115, like you're saying. There's just no other option. Did they have lenses in them? Yes. What you need is a trail bike. Yeah, or 4-wheel drive or something. Amber pair and a green pair. Judy says to Brent, I had my daughter check my phone and my GPS was turned off, sadly. Towers. Yeah, there's a lookout tower in the green. Oaxaca's lookout tower. If you guys went up that road, and if the cop brought you out of the different, like, took you the rest of the way in, came and looped back around, or maybe you guys got past that and you were so high up on that loop there that it just made sense to just keep driving forward and come back out. But you would have been coming out on that short little stretch that you came in on to get to that loop right there. Never saw it. What about you, Judy? Says Jay. Raptor says, I guarantee there's more roads than what this map is showing. Well, there is, Raptor. That's what I'm telling you. This is a work in progress. This isn't the map that Google Earth shows you. Google Earth, that section on the left there, where where it's all filled in, like it looks really well filled in there on the left side. I filled in all those roads. A lot of those roads are not marked by Google Earth. So, I just, like, Google Earth's markings are turned on right now, but you see how you can't see shit. You can't see them. They're really faint. So I had to mark all the roads they had marked, plus I marked all the ones that I could make out from the images, just looking at them, because that's the only way to get all these roads. So pretty much got them all in that section on the left. And it's all, and you see how it's all contained within the creeks and that kind of triangular area there. So none of those roads go on through and past the creeks. On the right side is a different story. A lot of the roads do go across. One, like you see that loop there, it actually crosses that creek there, which is, I think, Turkey Creek. So there's actually crossing of creeks with some of these roads. And all the roads, I haven't marked all the roads on the right side yet. I've only marked a few of them. So yeah, there's a lot more roads there. This is a work in progress, Raptor. And I don't intend on marking every damn road on the damn rim. I'm telling you, it's miles and miles and miles of shit going everywhere, where people just gone back and I guess made their own roads, driving around on the ridges and stuff. And I ain't getting paid to do this shit, so hey, whoever manages the Mogi rim, you owe me a check. That tall one says, Judy, Google still tracks you with GPS turned off. If you open up your Google Maps, go into your timeline, then go to the day you were there. Yeah, I would think, like, I get emails about that. Like, it gives me a monthly report where I've been. Jay says, yes, we passed power lines on the road we got stuck on. So that those power lines, that wasn't on so that wasn't the rim road you're talking about right there. You're talking about the actual road that you got stuck on. You passed under some power lines before you got stuck. Because I think that's where some confusion was. I thought you were saying whether or not you passed the power lines on rim road on the way to the road that you turned on to get stuck on. You're saying that you actually passed those power lines on the actual road that you got stuck on, but not on rim road? Or did you pass the power lines on rim road and also on the road that you got stuck on? So I'm not sure I'm completely understanding that. Judy says, tall one's awesome to know. Thank you, will do. Donald says, Mr. Lee, my quad will be riding. You will be riding. Will be perfect out there. Towers. What do you? I'm not sure if you're asking a question about the towers. There's a tower. There's a lookout tower. Tall one says it's kind of messed up. Our phones still track us even in airplane mode. Yeah. You gotta stick it in a metal box so the signal's completely blocked. Jay says, restate, we were on a road that passed the power lines where the road turned to dirt, turned off it because we lost tracks and knew we were on wrong road to left on smaller dirt road where the tire blew. You were on a road that passed the power lines where the road turned to dirt. You turned off it because you lost tracks. And knew we were on a wrong road to left on smaller dirt road where tire blew. I'm still not sure I'm understanding what you're saying there. where the road turned to dirt, you turned off of that road, but where would you turn to? You turned onto a smaller dirt road. So you were on that road. You figured out you were on the wrong road, so you turned onto an offshoot of that road to turn around, and that's where you got stuck. Mr. Lee says, anyone watching Alone new series? I stopped watching Alone a long time ago, Mr. Lee. I applied to get on Alone, and they never got back to me. So I kind of lost interest because I think it's all set up, Mr. Lee. I think it's all set up. They're never ever going to pick 10 really good survivalists. They'll pick one max, and everyone else they pick, they're going to pick because they have identified some kind of flaw that they know is going to end up in that person tapping out, because they want people tapping out, and they want them tapping out quick, because they don't want to sit. Look, if they put 2 really good survivalists on that show, those 2 guys or girls will last for decades, never tapping out. Some of them, I think they took one look at me and thought, we put this guy out here, he might just decide to live there for the rest of his damn life. So that's the thing. I think it's set up, because they're making a TV show and they need some drama. They need some shit to go down. Hell, they probably paid a few people to, we don't care, fuck some shit up, fuck up somehow, start crying, tap out. Something. I think I'm not buying it that Alone is completely completely unfiddled with. I think they actually set some shit up for it on Alone. Brent says, any chance of calling OnStar to get the trip data from that day? I think that information is under privacy issue, I believe. I can't remember which one it was. 4, 5, 6, something like that. I don't know. It was quite a while back. What series are they on now? I don't even know. Raptor says, it sounds like that cop is from the area then to help guide them out of there so they can get home. Yeah. Well, he was the county sheriff. They were in Coconino County, and he was he wasn't a sheriff. He was a sheriff's deputy, I guess. Coconino County. So, of course, he's from that area. Usually you get help by a cop from your area. Jay says, we never passed power lines on Rim Road, only after we turned off. Huh? How could you never pass power lines on Rim Road? You would have, because you would have had to pass those power lines to get to Knoll Road. In the first place. I could be confused about what you said. I thought you said that you drove in, you came in, you turned from the first moment you turned on Rim Road, right? That you drove all the way to Knoll Lake Road and actually turned onto Knoll Lake Road before anything else happened. Because you said that you were actually on the right road in the first place. So in order to get there, you would have had to pass the power lines before anything else happened, before you came off of Knoll Road and went back. And so I guess there's still some confusion here. Still some confusion. Mickey says, well, I just checked and I do have my complete route on the rim, back and forth and everything. Judy says, pass the lookout tower on my passenger side. So you did. We might have it narrowed down to the road then. But I'm just confused about the whole path because yeah. But if you remember seeing the lookout tower, did you get stuck after the lookout tower? I mean, I assume you did. You almost had to. You had to. You need forest fires and shit, Mr. Lee. Like Judy's saying, fire towers. This is hard to do this way. You need to talk in real time with Jay, not after you read 10 other chats. Yeah, well, you know. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. There's a whole bunch of them. That left side there, like there were so many. I traced all those roads out. There's a because I don't know if you ever use Google Earth for this kind of stuff, because you can trace out your if you need to, you can trace out your own route. I'm just tracing it out because there were so many roads that were not marked at all by Google Earth, just weren't. And look at it; it's just that left area there. Actually, well, why in the heck? This thing's not cooperating. I'll enlarge this. Try to show. So that whole area on the left. I mean, you see Moog's camp marked right there in the center of that. So I kind of wanted to designate that. You see how it's the tributaries, all those tributaries come together to the north into one creek. And so I marked. So this is marked as in yellow. That whole zone. None of those roads go all the way through. A lot of them are dead ends. Nothing matches with the description of where they were at. So after marking all those roads in and all that stuff, I'm pretty sure that that's just can't be where they were stuck at. And then I've only got this one other zone marked in here. I don't think they were there either. I think they're, and what Jay's saying, and if they saw this lookout tower, they were right here between those two zones that are marked in yellow and red. They were on this road. So if they were out there and the cop brought them out a different way, there's a lot of miles to travel to go all the way out, that traced out right there. So I kind of wonder if he just came back in on this loop right here and went straight back to the Rim Road. So they actually traveled on that one little section at the bottom again on their way out. But yeah, I don't know if we can get. Mr. Lee was trying to get me to do street view on this last night. I kind of don't know if there's going to be a street view for something like this, but hey, there might be. It's called Limestone Road also. It's called Oaxaca Lookout Tower. See if I can shut the damn computer down clicking this street mode thing. I don't think there is one, Mr. Lee. So I don't know if that looks familiar to anybody. I think I'm way behind chat here. Jay says, I didn't see the tower, Judy. I was watching ahead for any tracks. Had swivel heads. Lived in a van down by the river. Did you ever hear the train? Grasshopper says, I'm wondering why Mogs didn't put up paper plates with Mogs on them and an arrow to turn. Well, maybe he didn't think about it. Maybe, he's trusting in the, it might seem that it's pretty straightforward to get there because there is a sign, but then on the other hand, there's a lot of confusing stuff out there. So, and what if there was nefarious entities involved in this whole scenario that created the confusion in the first place? Nikki says, Graz, there were clear no signs. We literally went right to the camp first shot. Jay says, no, we never made it to the actual no road. And yes, if we had, we would have seen the power lines. We turned around before we reached that far because we saw another sign that said no lake. So we decided to go back to that road to take it because we thought that was the road and was told by people that it was, so we followed it. Okay, so that's what I was confused about. I thought you guys actually made it to the actual no road, but you turned down a road that wasn't because somebody claimed it was or said it or mistakenly said it was. Donald says, it probably would have been better to meet them in town and have them follow you in after seeing this clusterfuck of a road system in there, but they know better for the next time. Well, I mean, it could go either way, man. It could go either way. I mean, there's something else to consider. They had just made a long drive. And so, that'll wear you down mentally where, it could cause you to, make a mistake, miss a turn, so on and so forth, confusion. On top of that, so you got this long ass drive from Florida. On top of that, the air is really thin compared to what you're used to up there. Man, that's just a recipe for, getting on the wrong road, being confused. They were probably, I don't know how hot it was up there, but maybe they were. Mr. Lee says, what about Arizona Squatch Kevin? He knows the area well. Have you asked him? Raptor says that Donald Fuller, amen, should have met in one place and they all followed each other. Not everyone's GPS will pick up roads like other people's. Grasshopper says, I see people put up paper plates and arrows on them. They take them down on the way home. Yeah, people do that sometimes. Because we had just driven 2,500 miles. I was willing to take anybody's help. Yeah. Oh, okay. I see. Did I read this yet? J number 1, never ever take directions from a complete stranger. Yeah. Yeah. This ain't nobody's fault. Just, it was just a hell of a journey. A long ass drive like that is mind numbing. Humans weren't meant to travel like that. Okay. You are not 100% after driving 2,500 miles. You just fucking aren't. and again, adding to that the fact that this air is way thinner than what they're used to. They're coming from almost down to sea level up to, how high is this? 70 something hundred feet, dude. You got, it's amazing you were able to do anything for a fucking day. A lot of people get really sick from much less of a elevation change. So, you know, this is just the circumstances. Nobody's fault. Nobody's fault. And if they do it next year, nobody's going to get lost. Work the bugs out of the system. Yeah. Mind numbing drive, high altitude. That's a recipe for you're going to be confused as fuck. You know, it just is. So, you know, if any, you know, hopefully nobody's trying to blame anybody for this or that and say anything. Well, you should have done this and that. Like it. Hey, hindsight 2020, blah blah blah. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm just trying to figure out where you guys were. I'm really interested. I've gotten a little, you know, wondering what you guys, you know. I know I'm not asking you to talk about it here. In fact, when you do, don't talk about it here. You know, do it at Moog's. That's where it should be. But if you decide to do it. No expectation that you do, but it sounds like something interesting happened there. And I already have, well, you weren't here last night, but and I don't know if you'll, you know, who has time to watch hours and hours of my shit, but but since you're here right now, let me back this map out. Let me take some of that stuff off of there. I don't know what all that blue is everywhere. Google Earth is it's got some funny business going on here. Let this clear up. Let me take the roads off. And or most of them. Take those water features off too. But yeah, I mean, if some of us, if we do, like some of us go out there and do kind of a exploration of the whole area, like I like having all the water features marked out. Like if we camp at different locations, we'll, you know, probably find a place with good water. You know, like I'll bathe in a creek or something. You know what I'm saying? And then hopefully drinkable. You know, yeah, we'll filter. You know, use a life straw or whatever. If we don't got enough water on us, but why would I? If there's drinkable like spring water, there's springs all over there. You know, I'm probably going to sample it. Why pass up that opportunity? But so I don't know what's wrong with this. Why all that blue is everywhere? Google Earth is not behaving. For some reason. What is this? Oh, I know what it is. It's trying to go into Street View. Damn it. Son of a bitch. Had to turn off Street View. That was my problem. So anyway, like because I was planning on going here, I was wanting to go to Arizona before. So lots of haunted locations are marked, and this is just scratching the surface. There's tons more. The whole damn state's haunted, man. I'm telling you. Like up at the top there, you see Page is marked, and then the ranger station up there is marked. Or no, I think it's just a ranger station that's marked. But there's also some Anasazi petroglyphs up there in that canyon. So like so that's the greens of the ranger stations and stuff like that, and maybe campsites or whatever. And then archaeological sites and geological places of interest are in the orange. So anyway, lots of stuff on there. I've been meaning to find some better places. Like I only found one good place so far. That's a gold location in the yellow, but that I'll probably check out. If I ever actually go there, I'll definitely go there. But really, like the like a large portion of everything except the northeast portion of the state is a good gold area. I know it's small, it's hard to see, but I think you get the picture. Mr. Lee says, have you considered asking Jessica Jones to remote view the specific area for Jay Fritz and sunglasses? Mr. Lee, you are a comedian, because guess what? Jessica Jones has still not remote viewed the item that I have indicated. So she can't do it. Can't be done, apparently. Like she has a chance. She has a chance to prove, hopefully, well, definitely to me, that it can actually be done. And then, hopefully a lot of you believe me when I tell you that she remote viewed the item correctly. I don't think it's going to happen, though. She's too busy over there on Tech's front porch and on her channel, the Cryptid Huntress. Making ridiculous claims about stuff that no one can ever prove it wrong, because it's just some bullshit. Oh, I communicated with some Bigfoot that died years ago because some guy shot it and the government came and got the bodies and blah blah blah. That's why she does that. She's not going to take on. She has an excuse why she won't do it, though. She won't take on remote viewing things that can actually be checked. She won't do it. She will not remote view something that can actually be checked. Yeah, no one's fault. It's just, yeah. I mean, it's almost like a trip of that magnitude. You almost want to, like, how, like, if you kind of need to, like, if you're diving too deep, you kind of got to stop and like chill for a little bit, or when you're coming back, I think it is, or whatever, because of the bends and all that stuff. Like, you don't want to change. Like, I mean, it's not just the air is thin, even the pressure, that the atmospheric pressure change could be um um it could cause some delirium to some extent. Like, there's just so much there was so much that he had been through, and so many changes in the environment that you were in, that you were probably very confused about things. And although it sounds like Jay was confused from the moment y'all left they left in Florida. He missed the Highway 10. Sorry, Jay. And pissed about your sunglasses. Well, if we could pinpoint where they're at, maybe, Mogs, because he was saying he might want to go out there, so maybe he will. Maybe he will. But it sounded like, so if you did not pass the power lines on Rim Road, then it can't be that road, I guess. I think it can't be that road. I don't think we have it pinpointed. But she says she saw the tower, though. Jen says, hi, Lockbeard, and everybody else. Yeah, there's a bunch of springs on there, Donald. I haven't even marked them all. There's springs all over that place. Now, they may not be running all year long. Some springs stop running for parts of the year when things are too dry. But there's and then there's the streams if you look at them and you zoom in, it looks like they probably don't run all the time either. Or at least some of them. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, seeming as you're on Google Earth, can you go to London, Croydon? That's where I am currently living. Mr. Lee, you and your Croydon. We're going on a little journey, folks. We're going to the UK. Mr. Lee's house. Are you? Is that what you look for, Mr. Lee? There are no. Well, I don't want to say for sure. Mr. Lee needs to do the British Bigfoot report on this, but I'm pretty sure he's going to say the same thing every week on Moog's show when he gives the British Bigfoot report, and he's going to say there are no Bigfoot sightings this week. No Bigfoot sightings. Arizona is incredible, says Judy. Chesworth says Jay hauling 50,000 pounds of steel with a 42-foot trailer. Had to back up 4 miles when I came to a 6,000 pound max wooden bridge. Don't ask how I know. Croydon is terrible. Daily Dan is here. Welcome to the chat, Daily Dan. Greetings from Oklahoma, Mr. North Carolina. Croydon, yeah, there's Croydon on the screen. Mr. Lee's home. Yellow spot looks like Cottonwood. Yeah, I think that gold spot was pretty close to Cottonwood. But Chesworth says Donald Fuller could killed him after that. Talking about that driving job. Surrounded by tribal lands. Who, me? Yeah. Donald says, Lockbeard, I was going to ask her if she identified your test object last night on their show. You're probably going to get kicked way the hell off if you do that, dude. I know they got little chirpers going to them and telling them, "Oh, Lockbeard said this about you," and they're trying to act like they don't know anything. Arizona's all tribal land, yeah. Mr. Lee says, Donald, you should have asked her. It's a gangland here. Jay is always confused, says Dan. Grand Canyon is incredible. Jay says the only delirium I had was listening to Stevie B and Judy never shut up for 4,500 miles in 13 days. So Jay was really delirious. Judy says, Mr. Lee, I hear you. Across the street is crazy here in town. Enjoyed the trip? Yeah, he had a good time. Jen says, Jay and Lockbeard last night, Jay said they were on Red Line Road. Is that the name of a road there, or was that what he was calling the rim? Well, I had a road. It was confusing because I had marked the road approaching the end of Rim Road, right? Because they come off that road. I can't remember the number of the road, but I had it marked in red, and the Rim Road was in purple. But it was too close to the same color, so I even got confused there for a second and was acting like it was the same road. And he was calling it the Red Road, but I think he was referring to the whole thing too. So I changed the one that was red to white, so there wouldn't be that confusion. The rim road is actually in purple, but it's not the name of the road. It was just the color I was using. I was trying to differentiate the different roads and colors, and I just really just shouldn't even tried that shit. It just ended up making confusion. Mr. Hughes says us men can't get a word in sometimes. I think so. I think that's where he's living. Judy says, Mr. Lee, buy a home in the country with your own natural springs. Thought he was a lady. Only want to hate myself, Mr. Lee. Raptor says that Mr. Lee outside wave to us. We'll find you. Yeah, Mr. Lee, where are you on that map? Says Judy, I did last week. Only another 4 weeks to go. I'm out here. Yippee. What? Talked and laughed from state to state. Crackheads out there now. Mr. Lee, where are you on that map right there? I don't know. Let me man, it looks like a freaking overpopulated mess of hell. You need to move out to the country if you got any left over there. Mr. Hughes says, where are you going, Mr. Lee? You on the move? Did you what town did he buy in? Croydon or whatever this is? Mr. Lee, what direction are you from the Museum of Croydon? I see there's something marking East Croydon here. And then up here it says Croydon. Croydon Minster. Argos, Croydon, Church Street. What in the hell? We found where Argo goes to church. Where's Gary? We found where Argo goes to church. That's Argos, Croydon, Church Street. What the heck? Mr. Lee, are you Gary? Or are you Gary? Is that one of your alter egos? Yeah. Way too many people. No one should live there. Concrete jungle, yeah. Bramley Hill, Croydon. Another brick, Judy. Dan says, to find Lee, look for the giant pile of beer cans and rainbow and his flag signs. Bramley Hill, where's that, Mr. Lee? I don't see any hills here. There's no hills. There's like concrete and roofs. Chessboard says, Mr. Lee, Putin said he was going to fix it for you. Maybe it'll take me to Bramley Hill. It might actually take me there. So Mr. Lee's somewhere in there. I don't know where. Where are you at, Mr. Lee? Step out and wave. Is this where you have your UFO sightings, Mr. Lee? Yeah, how is Tom going to land the chopper or spaceship? How do you explain that shit, Mister? I see a couple of fields or something there. You're there. I don't see you. Where you at, Mr. Lee? You're gonna have to. You're gonna have to pinpoint us a little better here. Might have to mark you. Can't be the hood if you got trees. Oh, the hood can have a few trees, Donald. Come on now. It can have a few trees. See a few spots, Mr. Lee. Yeah. He beams you up automatic. The trees are the mass transit. Well, I don't know. I don't know about that. Let's see. Let's get this straightened out here. Boom. Where would Mr. Lee live on this here map? I see AppTech Engineering Technical Services up there, kind of to the top, a little bit right middle. Bramley-Hurst, Howard Primary School, Sherwood Preschool. Mr. Lee, I don't think you're on that section of the map because you're not allowed near a school, are you? So you're probably over here more to the left. Miss Ludmila Fedotova. Yeah, where's Mr. Lee live at here, y'all? Because I can't see him. Croydon Bowling and Sports Club. Mr. Lee, you're gonna have to zero us in a little better here. Donald says, "Do you play the foosball in them fields, Mr. Lee?" Foosball. Where are you at in here, Mr. Lee? I don't see you. Are you on the left side, the right side, the middle? Where his foxes can run free? Says Jay. Mr. Lee says that field is full of crackheads. You think he's at Nikki thinks he's at the Croydon Bowling and Sports Club down there in the bottom in the center right there. Come on, Mr. Lee, zero us in. Where you at? Where is you at, Mr. Lee? Is you over here? Is you over here on Daring Street, Daring Place? Oh, wait a minute. That's too close to school. I don't think you can be there. I mean, there's the Croydon Bowling and Sports Complex. Bramley Hill, Reglan Court, Waldron Heist. What in the hell? Who names these streets? I don't know where you're at, Mr. Lee. You're gonna have to zero us in a little better. Looks like there could be some foxes over here, maybe. Dupas Hill Recreation Ground. I don't know where you're at, Mr. Lee. You're gonna have to zero us in. Get us closer. Come on now. Mr. Lee says, Nikki, yeah, just round corner, number 23, Bramley Hill. He's afraid we're going to visit him. Yeah, he's afraid we're going to visit him. Bramley Hill, he says. Oh, that's Bramley Hill Road right there. Why is that tree black? Damn thing's cursed. Mr. Lee lives by a cursed tree or something. Bramley Hill. When you say number 23, is that a house number or an apartment number? Nottingham Road coming up from the bottom right to meet Bramley Hill. Come on, Mr. Lee, zero us in. Well, I can't do a street view. It'd be really hard to find you until we find you this way. Like, can you see your house on the screen right now? And if so, what part of the screen is it on? Is it in the center? Is it at the bottom? Is it on the right? Just there, yep. I don't know where there is. You kind of got to specify. I don't know. There could be anywhere on that screen. Judy says, cool, Mr. Lee. We're doing a drive-by. Yep, we're doing a drive-by by space. Mr. Hughes says, Mr. Lee, have a word with Tom about the tunnels in London. There is Guy Fawkes' path still showing his path to government parliament to light the fuse. Donald says that's where they filmed the video for Metallica's intro to the Glastonbury Music Festival. They used Mr. Lee's Fox in the video. Jen says, yes, I did chessboard Matt Cliff from finding Bigfoot in the trackways and Bigfoot Bud and his wife. Mr. Lee says, type in 23 Bramley Hill Knucklehead. You're supposed to pinpoint it. You don't know your house from the sky? What the heck, Mr. Lee? Fine. All right. 23 Bramley Hill. So it's taking me to Hill Mansions. What's that? You don't live in a mansion, do you, Mr. Lee? That's where it took me. Hill Mansions. It's covered up by trees, but there it is. Is that the correct location? Type Knucklehead too, Mr. Lee? Yeah, type Knucklehead. Hill Mansions is my address, yes. I thought your address was 23 Bramley Hill. How's it Hill Mansions? They ain't no hood, says Donald. Yeah, Mr. Lee's been telling us he lives in the hood all this time, and it looks like he lives in a damn mansion. Mr. Lee lives in. Moog says he lives on that block. You on that block, Moog? That's a long way. We're way the hell out of Arizona. We're in the UK right now. Big house, says Jay. We're in the damn UK. Mr. Lee's there in the center. hidden behind those trees. Well, this isn't. Let's try this. Oh, come on. I don't know why it's not cooperating. What they do, stick 2 or 3 houses together to make that thing? It looks like some kind of conglomerated shit right there. What's going on? I don't know what thing isn't going in the proper street view. I'm trying. It just didn't. It isn't wanting to do it. You sure you got street view there, Mr. Lee? I mean, it says it does, but all right, finally. I think we got it, Mr. Lee. Well, we had it. I guess you need to trim your trees, Mr. Lee. I don't know what to tell you. Put the back down here. I guess that's the best view we can get it. Got a bunch of overgrown vegetation out front of it. I guess that's where Mr. Lee lives. Chessboard says, Lockbeard, wait till you run into a name like Finger Hoe or Happy Bottom and just two there. Yeah. Turn left. Turn left. That's the hood. Welcome, Mogs, if I didn't say so already. I don't remember if I did. We were trying to zero in on the location. I know you were saying you were thinking about going out there and trying to find Jay's sunglasses and whatever else they left. Not sure we got it figured out yet. I mean, you being familiar with the area, though, you might be able to go out there and you might drive right to it based on the description of what happened. That it there, says Mr. Lee. Jane, stop this crazy thing. Donald says, surprised he wasn't mooning the Google Earth camera rig when it drove by. You know, that's probably why they don't tell you beforehand before they come through, because there'd probably be a bunch of that. Mr. Lee is jerking your chain. He might be. I don't know. He says he lives there. Mr. Lee lives in a tree. Somehow it makes sense, says Jen. Mr. Lee says, Mr. Hugh, eyes can be deceiving. The word is enough. Moog says he's still staring at maps. It's a bay tree, though. It smells nice, says Mr. Lee. Trees could use a trimming. Yeah, you need to limb those trees up, Mr. Lee, so we can see your house. Oh, my gosh. This is quite a diversion from Arizona, Mr. Lee. Quite a diversion. Get the hell out of the UK. Go back to Arizona. Look at all them pretty colors. All kinds of shit to see up in there. Bay tree is awesome. Jerking something all night. Just saying. Mr. Lee's jerking something all night. Just saying, says Jay Fritz. Jen says, well, then, Mr. Lee, good for you. Indeed. Indeed, says Mogs. Okay, back to Arizona, says Mr. Lee. I don't know what else being accomplished in Arizona right now, though, Mr. Lee. Other than, well, I don't know. I don't know. I guess I need to mark some more roads, because it sounds like I may not have the right road marked, judging by what Jay's saying. Yep. But if Jen's correct and they did pass Oaxaca Lookout Tower, then maybe that is the road. Or there's another tower that I'm not aware of yet. There might be another tower around there. I don't know. I haven't been able to see everything up in here. So yeah. Knoll Ridge Road. So that area there, I think I've pretty much got all the roads marked. Even the ones that Google Earth hasn't marked, I got those marked too. I don't think they were anywhere in that area. So I think they were somewhere else. Somewhere over here. But if Jay's correct, and when they came on Rim Road, which is in the purple there, or pink, it looks pink, I guess. Maybe it's pink. Anyway, if he's right, and they did not pass the power lines before they got to the road that they got lost on, then it can't be 115, Jay. I don't think it's 115. If you didn't pass the power lines, it's not 115, because you guys came from over here towards the southeast. But didn't you say you passed the power lines when you were on that road? So it could have been one of these roads over here. Bear Canyon Lake Road. I don't know what the real name of it is. It can't be that one because it's a dead end. up there where those creeks converge. Could be Wallace Road, which I think I got marked like that because it becomes 34 or 99 later on or something like that. It goes a long way. But there's other roads here that are possibilities, I think. But until I look closer and see if they circle back around, or however many miles you travel, that's going to be one thing that we can use to figure out where you were at. But that road, see, it goes way up there. But I think there's some branches. It could branch off somewhere, and who knows. But see, you see how not well Google Earth marks these? Like, you can see it now. I got it zoomed in there, and a lot of roads aren't marked. I don't think we're any closer to an answer. Let's check back in with the chat here. Grass says Matt just started a show about building a virtual tree or something. Building a virtual tree. Donald says we're going to try and visit most of these spots for the documentary. Yeah, if we can do something like that, definitely. Central Florida Bigfoot's on. He don't normally come on at 8 anymore. Let's see what you got on the map. I guess I just showed you. It was 4 minutes. That was chat. That chat was 4 minutes ago. So I guess. Hopefully you saw something that was helpful. I guess I need to go in there and fill in some more roads to kind of get a better picture of what's going on, because you can't really see the white roads that are marked. I mark those. Google Earth doesn't mark them well enough that you can zoom out and get a good picture of what's going on. But there's a lot more roads to mark, so it's kind of, I don't know. I don't think we really figured out where, other than it's somewhere in there. Remind me to never take direction from Lee Poo, says Chessboard. Lee 3PO. Grass says, I live by maps. My Jeep has a compass, and I keep mountain maps in it. It's them damn ridge walkers, says Troy. Jen says, can you backtrack from where the sheriff took him? Find the canyon and go up? Well, all the clues just aren't adding up to exactly where, because I thought maybe I'd figured out what road it was, and it would have been there, that white loop, that road that loops around right there. But it's sounding like it's not it. If they didn't pass those power lines on Rim Road before they turned up the road that was the wrong road, then that loop there is not it. But Jen says she saw the lookout tower. Or I mean, not Jen, Judy. There's also 2 power lines. Drive for a living at the moment. Call and talk to the officer. Somebody was trying to contact him. Donald says, Mr. Lee, you have to shop. You have a shop you run, right? That's why you know your maps in. Mr. Yu says, Chessboard, get to know Tom. He will show you streets and numbers. Mid-South says, what's up? Is this a new stream? No, it's the same one. Same one. Welcome back, Mid-South. Mr. Lee says, Donald, my girlfriend runs the shop. I just work in it occasionally. Running a small shop. Grasshopper says, Lee, I've known my area since I was a kid. Hardly ever get lost. Mr. Moog says, I'm still looking, trying to figure out where it's at. I don't know. I mean, I'll pull up this, I'll probably keep fiddling with this and drawing in some roads and trying, because you see it's, I'm just sure it's not in that zone on the left there where they had all those roads drawn in and took them off. I'm sure it's not there. Right there around where your camp was at, and like you said, it wasn't anywhere near you guys. It couldn't be in that zone because it is the details that they've given just don't match that area there. Yeah, that's what I'm what I'm wondering. I guess I need to figure out where other towers are, but I just haven't seen them yet. Because again, I marked that tower there because when I got zoomed in to where it was at, it showed up. Google Earth doesn't have it marked like this as well. I put that particular marker there because I figured it might be important to know. And it's probably a good thing to have marked for people wandering around out there. If they have a map like this that shows them stuff like that, if they get lost, they'll know, okay, well, this is where I'm at. This is the road I was on. There's a lookout tower. I can go there and maybe get some help. It looks like there's no shortage of water sources, so you can't. I don't think you can die from thirst out there. But I like marking them. They got springs marked, the tanks marked, and a lot of streams marked. But Mr. Hughes says, Mr. Lee, you still wearing women's clothes? What? Mr. Lee wears women's clothes. Limit is I don't do experimental anymore. Mid-South says, one of my roommates has his own Wi-Fi modem. I was like, when was you going to tell us? Ha! Mr. Lee says, you see that film with Angelina Jolie where is watching a fire tower? Rubbish. Huh? I don't really know what that meant, Mr. Lee. Judy says, Mogs and Jay, I had just mentioned the first fire tower when we came across another fire tower. So you saw two fire towers. Try to get some light on the situation. I guess I need to figure out where all the fire towers are. That might help some things. Mr. Lee says, Donald, that's more or less what it is. Moog says, there is a smaller tower on Rim Road in the area of the power lines, I believe. Judy says, didn't you say you were one ridge over? Oh, yeah, you can. Yeah, you can what? Mr. Hughes says, Donald, he makes mannequins. They come in parts. I remember 3 fire towers. So you saw 3 fire towers. Moke says, I've only seen the one. Jay says, damn, I even lost sitting in my chair now. Huh. Maybe if I get zoomed in right there, it'll show me. Mogown Rim viewpoint. Upper Horton Springs trailhead. There's a fire tower here. I would think it'd go ahead and show it to me. I'll go up here and see if they're showing me their marking. Yeah, see their markings on there. Oaxaca Lookout Tower. Well, there ain't one standing out just yet. Not just yet. Yeah, somebody needs to drive through this whole damn area with the GPS and map it out. Map the whole thing out with you using the GPS, and it'll draw it all out. Because this is just way too convoluted. Someone gets out here on the wrong road, they're going to have problems. Yep. See if that one loops around. Yeah, that one does, doesn't it? So they could have been on that loop too. Possibly. There's just so much to explore. There's so much territory. It's crazy. Not going to figure it out tonight, that's for sure. Judy says 3 fire tower reminded me of a triangle. Uh-oh. You can die of thirst, says Mogs. Is it like, do all the springs like stop flowing for a lot of the year? Is that what's up? I kind of was wondering about that. Because all those blue markers and those are springs, the dark blue markers on the map, and then the light blue, the aqua, is the tanks. Which on here, when you zoom in, they all have water in them, but that may just be like part of the year, I would guess. I don't know, but I would guess. Moog says this is the first I'm hearing about all these fire towers. Well, I just saw the one, that Oaxaca one on 115 Road. But I just happened to see that when I was zoomed in enough. Google says there are 7 fire towers on the rim road, like right on it or in the area or on the rim area. I wonder. You just remember these fire tires were close together for some reason. Thought it was weird. Grass says, "What is the reason y'all trying to find that road they got lost on?" Well, Mogs wants to go back. Well, he said the other night that he might try to go back and retrieve the items that they lost and or left behind. And then, there might be a couple of us that might one day wander out there and try to find the location and see if we can encounter what it is that they encountered. That may never happen. I don't know, because man, it's gonna cost money to do it, and especially now with the way gas is, there's a reason why I haven't taken off. It's just gas is just too expensive. I just better just to hunker down here. I kind of got the urge to go gold panning, but and if I did that, I could go up in the mountains somewhere, be cool, reasonable temperatures, and maybe find some gold. But the gas is just so high. I did test out my metal detector today to make sure it's still functioning. I was on a beach on a lake. Didn't find anything but crap, but fish hooks and whatnot. But there's no gold in Oklahoma, or very, very little. Donald says, Mogs, I emailed the sheriff's office asking for the R because of lost items. I will forward it to you if I hear back. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, how long is going to take you to get there in Imperial van? How much petrol too? I don't remember how many hours it is over there. I think it's like 17, 18, something like that. I don't know how much fuel, but you got to remember, you get out there and then there's tons and tons of roads to drive and check out. Like, because we're thinking if we go up, I mean, it's not just the trip there and back. There's also the driving around there, going to different locations, checking things out, checking out all the ruins that you can. Because you go to Arizona, you got to check out some of the old ruins, and then the haunted locations as well. Tons of those. Chevy guzzler for petrol, I bet. It's not, it's not too, it's bad enough, but not that bad, not as bad as some things. Massive amount of land, yeah, massive amount of land, and just miles and miles and miles of these roads. Chessword says, Mr. Lee, I think the guy on the 750 had Jay's sunglasses on. What? Rim area is cool, Jen. Judy says, yes, Lockbeard. Yes to what? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Not sure what you're talking about. Yes to what? Mr. Lee says gold. Now we're talking. Yeah, I know you've been wanting to talk gold. I don't know what to tell you, Mr. Lee. Gold is where you find it. Gold is where you find it. Arizona tribal lands. Yeah. Gotta go check out some of those interesting locations. Some of them, like Montezuma's castle. Well, it has nothing. It's not a castle, and it has nothing to do with Montezuma, but that's what white people called it because they didn't know any better. Sinagua Indians, their dwellings in the cliff there. Jay says, Lockbeard, I think we were just a few miles from you on I-40. Would have stopped, but I couldn't get those two to shut up long enough to tell them to turn. Yeah, on 40, you passed roughly 25 miles, I think, from me, maybe 30. But like we said, you guys had a long journey, and probably didn't need another stop. It's okay. We're just glad you made it back, and got back to your chair. Jen says, Judy, it looked beautiful. White castles. Jen, yes. Yeah. So I don't know. I'll be fiddling with that map a little bit more. I don't know. I don't know if I'll make it out there or not. But and if I do, like if we're gonna go out and camp in the woods and stuff, and probably need some proper equipment for some stuff. I mean, if people want an investigation, then gonna need a little more than my cell phone camera. But it's a funding issue, right? It's a funding issue. So, and then put together a kind of a documentary style thing about what happened out there, what we did, what we looked at, where we were at, what we found, if anything. This really says, Troy, are you high? What? Troy says, no, eat a bag of those and go on a road trip. Moke says, I will get back up there one day. The camp out broke the piggy bank. Yeah, piggy bank is already broke down here. I tell you what. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, what your bees saying these days? What do you mean? What are they saying? They say buzz, buzz. Sometimes they say buzz, buzz, sting. I think, what was it, yesterday? Was it yesterday or the day before I got into one? Because of the hive, like there was zero activity at the entrance, and the day before I hadn't noticed hardly anything going on either. So I was wondering if maybe they had the colony was dead or dying. Opened it up, they're doing just fine. They just didn't feel like going anywhere. They're doing great. They just weren't coming out that day or the couple of days there. Guess they had all they needed in the hive or something. Didn't even have any feed. There's a feed jar you put on there. Didn't even have that. They just didn't apparently want to go anywhere. White Castles mean something different here. I think you're talking about the burgers, man. The burgers. Troy says, oh, back east, they are little hamburgers that will light you and everyone else up. Chessword says, Jay, I now know why you have a beard, to cover up the bruises. Oh, come on now. Jay says, just figured that out, huh? Donald says, if we get serious, we will be making a documentary and ask for donations to help with the funding, but don't expect to see green-faced Bigfoots in this documentary. Yeah. None of that shit. Yeah, none of that shit. Murder burgers. Gonna need cash, man. Yeah, I mean, there's just no way around it. You got people over here, throwing money at fucking Kerry to go make 168 nothing burger documentary. Of course, a lot of people might say, well, you didn't show us anything. No, I didn't show you pareidolia, is what you're gonna say. There's gonna be no, look at that shadow. There's some shit there. We think we saw that. I was like, no, we're film what you can. Is there something there? Is there not? Just the facts. Just the facts. We have enough of these people putting out this shit, which just look at this tree stump. It looks like a squatch. I'm not going to walk up to it to see if it's if it's really not a squatch and really just a tree stump, I'm just going to film it from way over here. Even though I could easily walk over there with the camera, I'm not going to do it. That's what they're going to, that's what you get half the time. It's ridiculous. I'm sick of it. I'm freaking sick of it. And, you know, letting people do that is a problem. It muddies the water. You know, at what point do you know do you let shit slide? You know, if you see someone kill someone, you're gonna tell the authorities. If you see someone, you know, physically attack someone, you're gonna tell the authorities, right? You're gonna do something. You're gonna say something. If you see somebody steal something, is that your limit? You're like, whatever. I'm not gonna tell the authorities. I'm not gonna do anything about it. You know, at what point, you know, do you tolerate other people, you know, doing these things? I hate to equate it with that, but you know, these people are muddying the water. They're making it hard for us to do what we want to do, and at least for some of us, and that's finding out the truth about some of these paranormal things, you know, or finding more actual evidence. But you got the predators, right? The people that, and then they just show them what they want. You got people writing books that just tell people what they want. If they're targeting people that want to believe in portals, then they're going to talk about portals, Bigfoot and portals, and people will buy the book, and it'll just fuel that fire, that belief in their head, and it doesn't help them get any closer to any actual answers. It just puts them deeper into their fantasy world. And meanwhile, you have people out here that want to find the actual truth, the facts, and there's no funding. There's no funding. The government's not going to fund it. I don't think any university is going to fund it. But there's not a lot of people that want to throw money at something so mundane. It's not as exciting, right? It's like, you know, oh, so you're not going to show me portals? You're not going to show me faces in the shadows? You're not going to show me the cloaking Sasquatch and tell me great stories about how he talked to you in your head? Well, no, not unless it actually happens. But even then, I'm going to be like, if I start hearing voices, I'm probably going to want to get checked out. You know, I don't hear voices. So, and that challenge is still out there. Anyone that claims they can do that, hey, let's do this. But Donald says I can fund some of this, but we will need a lot more. Yeah. Jay says all you need is some monies and a blow up doll, or I mean a mattress. This releases Lockbeard has PayPal account and description. You can all donate. Yeah, people want to just to keep the channel rolling, because man, this shit, you know, they charge me. It certainly don't. It certainly isn't a money making thing, because there's just certain things I gotta pay for to kind of do this. Mr. Lee says, Jay, you gonna sell up and go to Arizona? Sell up. Chessboard says, Mr. Lee, Bonnie and Clyde were asked why they robbed banks. They replied, that's where all the money is. Judy says, wow, let me say this. Incredible camp out. Thank you, Jay, Stevie, Mogs, for an incredible journey to Arizona. Awesome. Jay says, might Mr. Lee. Why would he want to sell and go to Arizona, Mr. Lee? Donald said, I want to try and use old school filming equipment for some of this to try and work with what the last piece of evidence used for their film. to try and work with what the last piece of evidence used for the film. The same as Patty is what you're saying. Yeah. It couldn't hurt, it couldn't hurt. But it's just that I kind of feel if there's something about that technology, because a lot of people have their ideas about why, if there's something really truly about that technology, some mystical thing going on, then you'd almost have to go out with only that and not take any cell phone or any other kind of camera equipment. No, nothing else. You'd have to go out and only take that if that's the issue. I just don't know that it is. I just think that they figured out or they were told or whatever, that the cameras is a new thing to watch out for and to stay out of the way of them. Don't get seen by them. I'm just not ready to buy into the whole idea that there's some kind of, they're detecting the EMFs and all that stuff. No one's proven any of that. It's just claims. So I don't know. I mean, if you think it, you kind of need, I would think that you would need to do that. Well, like in an area closer to where you're at, probably would probably be the best thing you could do is just do it. I don't know. If there's good areas close to where you're at, but just to see if you get something, if something happens, there's some different results. But it's, I don't know. You might go out with that and get a result, and then go out the next time with a conventional, newer camera, and not get results, and then it may still not mean anything because it just happened that you didn't run into anything on that day, and it just happened that you ran into something on the other day, and it had nothing to do with the camera. So how do you prove that it had anything to do with the camera? Mr. Lee says, chessboard, yes, most banks closed around here now. Everything's online, less robbery. Happening worldwide. Gotta run for a while, says Jay. All right, we'll see you later, Jay. Thanks for coming, man. Troy says, need a tri-field meter. Electromagnetic energies and thunderstorms, says Judy. Donald says, I'm just trying to take what Jay said about their pictures disappearing out of the equation. Yeah. I mean, it would do that, I guess. Unless this is some, I mean, although that's some, how would they make, I don't know. How would they make the pictures disappear? If it's some magical shit, then will your film also, the pictures disappear on the film? The old school film? But I guess the only way to figure that out is to try it, right? See what happens. But Donald very smart, says Judy. All right. We're way past time. So hopefully Mr. Lee no longer believes in the reptilians. It just don't make any sense, the whole claim. No proof whatsoever, ever has been presented. Nothing. I mean, we see that they show film with the eyes thing. They could fake that real easily. Did Patty disappear? Well, no, but that's just one film, and that don't necessarily mean, a lot of people take pictures of stuff that don't disappear. this is I mean, this isn't a very common thing that I've heard of pictures disappearing in the cameras, but maybe it happens some and we don't hear about it, but yeah, I just don't know. I don't know. Judy says that, yes, that's freaking mind-blowing. How? Chessboard says, Troy, I'm paranoid. I carry my GQ EMF 390 wherever I go. Well, very well then. Very well.
That only matters to the people on the rim.
So, Mr. Lee, you got Babylon 5 earlier. Can you get where that clip came from? I have a feeling you're not going to be able to get that. Brandy would. Where the hell's Brandy? Brandy would get that, I'm sure.
That only matters to the people on the rim.
Recognize that accent, Mr. Lee? Could find there's another clip of a video that could go with that. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, but yep, I found it. Awesome. Sounds like your accent, Mr. Lee? The actor was in Supernatural. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Let's show the...
That only matters to the people on the rim. That only matters to the people on the rim.
This one might be quite obscure for some people. Deadwood? No, it's not Deadwood. Watching live cam video, busy as hell there. Sturgis, as well as Well House 13. I vaguely remember that, but sounds legit. I forget the actor's name. In that scene there where he says that that only matters to the people on the rim. He's responding to the main character of the TV show who had just said to him, because the guy that's talking in the clip there, his name is Badger, and he has just backed out on a deal with the main character. And the main character just said to him, the wheel never stops turning. And Badger responds with, that only matters to the people on the rim. That's the name of the actor, Mark Shepard. And this sci-fi TV show is possibly my number one favorite science fiction TV show of all time.
That only matters to the people on the rim.
Let me see if I can bring up this clip. Somebody will get it if I show enough stuff. This is a scene where Badger has kind of taken them hostage, but he doesn't know there's this other person on the ship. And she shows up, and she does not talk with this accent. She just starts doing it because she's a psychic. she's kind of nuts, but she's a psychic, so she comes in and just to mess with him, to try and help them figure out a way to the rest of them to figure out a way to get away from him. But he's holding them all hostage right now. And then she shows up, and this happens.
Yeah, look at me. What's your story, love?
She's just a passenger.
Yeah?
Yeah?
Why'd you talk?
talking?
She's got a secret. No, I'm
Sure. I got a secret. More than one. Don't seem likely I'd tell him to you. Now do it. Anyone else taking calling knows better and talk to strangers. You're talking about the both of us now, ain't you? And then it doesn't like you. Skipped off home early. Monograph jobs here and there. Spent some time in the lockdown, put laces in your claim. Now you what? Petty thief with delusions standing? Sad little king with a sad little hell.
nice to see someone from the old homestead.
Not really. Call me if anyone interesting shows up.
I like her.
Yeah, see if anybody guessed. Scully and Mulder. What the hell? Mr. Lee got it. Firefly. Mr. Lee says, I never liked Firefly. Lockbeard and Brandy love it. See, now, Mr. Lee, I don't know. See, now I'm starting because you don't like Top Gun. You don't like Firefly, the best science fiction series of all time. Starting to wonder about you, Mr. Lee. Starting to wonder. Red Dwarf, the early years? What the hell? I never even heard of no Red Dwarf. What are you talking about? Yeah, Mr. Lee got it. Firefly. Well, Mr. Lee, I don't know, I don't know what happened over where you're at, but they showed when they originally showed the put it on TV, like they showed the episodes in the wrong order and they fucked everything up. So I think it really messed everybody up trying to figure out, what the hell's going on here. They really jacked it up. You gotta go back and watch them in the right order. And then of course there was the movie called Serenity, which was because they canceled the show after one season. That we ended up getting the movie that kind of concluded the story. It was unfortunate it had to go that way, but that's what happened. Donald, Red Dwarf, fantastic. Starting to wonder, says Danny. Starting to wonder about what? Donald says, you never heard of Red Dwarf? Oh my. I don't think so. Maybe I don't know it by the name. Let me see if I can find something here. This looks like some goofy ass shit right here. What are you trying to sell me up in here? Donald. What are you trying to pass off as sci-fi? What is this? Trying to get this. What the hell's? Come on now. Try to bring this up so we can look at something. So far, I don't recognize it, but maybe I will once I play this video. Sci-fi comedy out of the UK. Oh my gosh. Cat and Crichton. Yeah, let me see if I can bring it up. Too many steps, StreamYard. You really fucked this thing up. Let's see here.
Your life is over. Come with me. We will travel to the Root 6, where you will place the
Not today, matey.
No.
Remember, only the good die young.
Brother before.
What are you doing, man?
I've just repaired the toaster, sir. Well, I've nearly repaired the toaster.
Oh, no, man, dismantling. You don't know what the little bleeder's like.
Well, I've read all the documentation, sir. He's simply a talking alarm clock who provides his owner with early morning toast and light conversation.
Look, this one's mental.
Sir?
He's defective. He wants everyone to eat toast all of the time. He's obsessed with it. And if you don't want to eat like 400 grams of toast every hour, he throws a major wobbler. That's what caused the accident in the first place.
What accident?
The accident involving me, the toaster, the waste disposal, and a 14-pound lump hammer.
That explains why he was down in the garbage hole in 3,000 separate pieces.
And nothing else. He always just howdy-doodly-do. Drive as you spare. I mean, what the smeg does howdy-doodly-do mean?
Yes, well, just trust me, sir. My motives will become clear.
Howdy doodly do. How's it going? I'm Talkie. Talkie Toaster, your chirpy breakfast companion. Talkie's the name, toasting's the game. Anyone like any toast?
I don't want any toast, and he doesn't want any toast. In fact, no one around here wants any toast. Not now, not ever. No toast.
How about a muffin?
Or muffins. Oh, we don't like muffins round here. We want no muffins, no toast, no tea cakes, no buns, baps, baguettes or bagels, no croissants, no crumpets, no pancakes, no potato cakes, and no hot cross buns, and definitely no Smeggan flapjacks.
Ah, so you're a waffle man.
You see what he's like? He winds me up, man. There's no reason with him.
If you'll allow me, sir, as one mechanical to another, you'll understand me. Now, you listen here. You will not offer any grilled bread products to any member of the crew. If you do, you will be on the receiving end of a very large hollow mallet.
Can I ask just one question?
Of course.
Would anyone like any toast?
Yeah, I don't think I missed anything there. Well, looks like some drivel. It was fantastic in the day. What in the hell, Mr. Lee? Oh my gosh. You guys are killing me with this. This is nuts. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, you would like it. I know it. I think it's mildly humorous what I saw just now, but I don't see myself being able to sit through an entire episode of that. Ben says, you guys are special, Mr. Lee. Donald says, they had it on our PBS channel back when I was younger. It was funny as hell. Yeah. Mr. Lee says, Donald, yeah, funny as hell. Jen says, I'm good, Ben. Thank you. How are you doing? Exchanging pleasantries there. Yeah, sorry, Mr. Lee and Donald. I don't think I'm going to be watching that show. It looks like it could be about as mind-numbing as Jay and Stevie's trip from Florida. Yep. So let's just get that the fuck out of here. And little something to wash the taste out of my mouth.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Yep.
You can't handle the truth. That only matters to the people on the rim.
Jesus Christ. Oh, can we try the big silver one again?
That ought to do it. It's your loss. Okay, Dome. Yeah, I can't see myself watching that. Mr. Lisa's not so Lockbeard funny as hell. This is just adding to it, Mr. Lisa. You don't like Top Gun. You don't like Firefly. But you like this. I don't know, Mr. Lee. I don't know about your viewing recommendations. I don't know. Ben says mind numbing and bullshit Odyssey. Yeah. Bullshit Odyssey. Yeah. Red Dwarf. Why'd they call it Red Dwarf anyway? That's a kind of a looks like a science fiction, something in space, got robots and stuff. I didn't see any damn dwarfs. I mean, at least in the movie White Dwarf, there weren't any dwarfs, but at least in the movie it was about a planet that revolved around a white dwarf sun, which I think I mentioned this before. The titling of that was stupid. It was a stupid title because the title had nothing to do with anything that happened. Like, it didn't matter that it was a white dwarf sun, really. Nobody, like, it had no impact on anything. Like, it was just, that was just the kind of star they had. It didn't come up. It didn't affect anything in a certain way that mattered for the story. That's bad naming. That being said, I liked the movie. I did like the movie, but and it wasn't a perfect movie, but it had some problems. But the naming was stupid. They should have named it something else. But at least there was a white dwarf sun. I don't see any red dwarfs here. What's up? Ben says that's a phase of a dying star. Donald says, night lock, thank you. See you later, Donald. That's the name of the space. Oh, the spaceship's name is Red Dwarf. Okay. Well, I guess that works. Ben says, like a phase of the sun, yeah. Moog says I was a fan of Farscape. Yeah, Farscape was awesome. It sucked that, it got canned. Which I've mentioned before that I think there was a political motivation behind that. Because of course they kept Stargate, right? And then they started poaching the actors to go over to Stargate from Farscape, trying to play games with the fans. And all it did was really kind of piss people off, I think. Some people. I saw what they were doing, and it insults my intelligence, I think. But because they knew that, look, I liked Farscape better than Stargate. Don't go trying to bring the actors over here, trying to thinking that's going to bring me over because it's the actors. It isn't necessarily the actors that kept me there. It just wasn't. It's because I liked the show better. So they're playing those ridiculous. They were playing those ridiculous games. But the reason why I think that there was a problem with the movie is because in the movie the big baddies one of them is the peacekeepers, And the peacekeepers were originally created to be actual peacekeeping force, right? That's what they were there. They were created to do good things, but they turned out to be an evil totalitarian, entity. And I think that was just a little too close to reality with UN peacekeeping troops who are they really peacekeeping, or are they just going around waging war? Because it looks like they're just going around waging war every time somebody doesn't do what they want them to do, basically. So I think there might have been an accidental. The writers accidentally put something in there that struck a little too close to home, and somebody way up on high was on the horn saying, "Look, we want this show to go away. We don't need this kind of idea being put into people's heads. It's too close to what's really fucking going on. So get rid of Farscape." John Crichton. No, I was a bigger fan. You were a bigger fan of SG-1? Yeah. Some people were. I like it all right. I just liked Farscape better. Donald says, I like Jericho. They need to continue the series. I think they really do. They cut shows sometimes that are too close to the truth, like Firefly we were talking about earlier. I think they cut that show because it was about a civil war, and the good guys lost the Civil War, and the bad guys are in control now, and it's too close to the reality of America, right? I know some people actually believe the good guys won that war. That's just not fucking true. Not that anyone was perfect on either side, but the federal government took power it wasn't supposed to have as a result of that. It became a totalitarian government at that point. The states are supposed to be independent nations, nation states. That's what they are. Independent nations. They're not supposed to be subjugated by the goddamn United States government. But the United States government, when those states decide, hey, we want to leave, the United States government has no goddamn right to stop them. None. Zero. This is a union. This is not a fucking dictatorship. And the United States enforced its will and killed 600,000 plus Americans to do it. Evil, tyrannical government is what this government is, even though they try to act like, oh, we're peaceful and you're free and all. No, fuck you. You killed a lot of goddamn Americans to maintain power over the South. And then you said, oh, it was about slavery. It was not about slavery. If you gave a shit about slavery, you would have stopped it. Like for the 100 years you had slavery in America before the Confederacy even was a thing. The United States had slavery that whole goddamn time. And then you guys want to act like, oh, suddenly you're the good guys. No, you're full of shit. It had nothing to do with slavery. It was about federal government power, period. You wanted power over the South and you wanted to keep it. And in Firefly, that's basically the storyline, right? It wasn't the slavery part, but there was a civil war. The bad guys won, and now they're living under this evil, corrupt government. And it was too close to the truth. And I think somebody got on the horn and said, hey, too close to the truth. Make this show go away. Same thing for the TV show Last Resort, where some military men were given an illegal order to launch a nuclear missile, and they took they disobeyed orders. They did not launch that nuke, and commandeered a nuclear sub. They don't want soldiers getting the idea, if their government gets out of control, we can commandeer, resources. We can commandeer equipment, assets. We're the ones that are out here operating this stuff. We can actually stop our corrupt, tyrannical government by doing something similar to what they did in Last Resort. What happened to the TV show Last Resort? Cut after the first season. They didn't get to go on. It was a damn good show, but they cut it. Try to say, oh, not enough people are watching it. No, I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that at all. It was too close to the truth. And you guys, somebody made a phone call, said, this show goes away. This show goes away. Mr. Lee says, Star Wars Indoor coming soon. Looks rubbish, though. I ain't watching any more damn Star Wars. Fuck them guys. They completely fucked the Star Wars franchise. It's over. It's done. It's like the MCU. It's over. It's done. The only reason I watched the Thor movie was just to see the goddamn train wreck that I was hearing about. I was like, I was watching clips and spoiler reviews, and I couldn't get a total picture of just how bad this was. Sitting in the theater watching that movie, holy shit, dude! It's a complete clusterfuck. I mean, they're continuing to make a joke out of Thor. They think they're cute because they're making a joke out of a European god figure. That's what they're doing. They think they're fucking cute, and then turned everybody gay. Everybody's gay pretty much, because I think that's somebody's got an agenda out there. They want everybody to be gay. I don't give a fuck if you are or not. That don't matter. They're pushing this agenda, and they're trying to train children to be gay. And the end result of this, now I'm probably have to be careful how I word this. They want it to be so open and acceptable for just anything to open the door for pedos to be accepted as a sexual orientation. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get there. They're trying to make all this crazy shit so crazy that pretty much people just throw up their hands and say, fine, okay, there's 57 genders, and now because now I have to call myself super straight because I won't date a trans, because that was a real thing. Y'all remember that they said, oh, a straight person will sleep with a woman who was born a woman or a trans woman, and they're just fine. They're straight. If you won't sleep with a trans woman, they want you to be labeled as super straight to differentiate yourself and as something else. I mean, it's just getting wild. But they're trying to get it to where people are just like, fuck it, whatever. And they want to try and make it normalized where the pedos get to do whatever they want, basically. They're trying to do that. It's, that's what they're trying to do. Thanks, Chessboard. See you. Donald says Star Wars has been overplayed. Yeah. It could have been so much better, so much greater. They could have done some shit that was so much more awesome. But what they did is they used it as a pawn in their political games and fucked it all up. Completely fucked it all up. So I don't want to watch Star Wars movies anymore. At this point, I probably won't even go to see just what the train wreck is, because I've seen enough. I saw I can't even remember which ones I saw. I saw one of the sequel trilogy, and I consumed the rest through spoiler reviews and what clips I could dig up and stuff like that. And I saw Rogue One. Rogue One was it was okay, but it was completely like, why did you even make this movie? You didn't need it. No one gave a shit about where'd they get the plans. No one thought, oh, they got these plans. I would love to see a backstory about that. No one fucking said that. And then just they completely dropped the ball picking the actor to play the young Solo. It was completely dropped the ball. There's a perfect choice out there, and they didn't get that guy. They got this yahoo. It's just a disaster, complete clusterfuck. So I'm done. I'm done with Star Wars. Probably won't ever watch any MCU going forward. I didn't watch Eternals. I didn't watch Black Widow. Donald says that's their way to drop the population by. Well, that's not going to work too horribly well because there's plenty of lesbian couples having babies, right? So, I don't know. They just got to get assistance for that. So I don't know how well that'll work, but they got other shit that they're doing that is doing a lot to try and drop the population. Surprised they keep trying to push us into complete chaos, and then people will just kill each other, and that'll help bring it down in their eyes. Mr. Lee says Mandalorian good, Lockbeard, Boba Fett, and Obi-Wan too, man. Not from what I've seen about Obi-Wan online, man. I'm not gonna watch it. I'm not gonna pay to watch Mandalorian either. I'm sure it's got its good points, but the reality is no one. I don't remember ever thinking, damn, I wonder what that guy's backstory is. Nope, I gave zero shits about that guy's backstory. Zero shits. And yet we got this series. Obi-Wan, this is a whole nother thing. Like, there's so many problems with I'm not. No, fuck Obi-Wan too. The character is cool, but the events after episode 6 and or I'm sorry, yeah, the events after episode 6 leading up to no, wait a minute. I'm at the wrong point. The events between episode 3 and episode 4. Okay, when between where Luke was dropped on the planet and when Luke found Obi-Wan on the planet. There is no great there was no expectation that there be some great thing going on there, but Obi-Wan leaving the planet and having some interaction with Leia and all that. No, if they were gonna do that, they could, if they were good writers, they could write an entire epic thing that happened during those years where Obi-Wan is having to do all kinds of shit to protect Luke, and Luke never knows. He's a little boy, he's growing up, he's living his life, and behind the scenes there's just all this crazy shit going on the planet with Obi-Wan trying to protect him from being discovered. No, they're not good writers though. They're not going to be able to write that story. Lockbeard might be able to, but they aren't. So they got to go and they got to go get Leia involved and all that shit. No, Leia was on a whole different goddamn planet, you dumb fucks. Obi-Wan was on that planet the entire time protecting Luke. That's what fucking happened. Why in the fuck are they bringing Leia into it? They done fucked it up right there off the bat. That little detail right there fucked it up. They can't even keep continuity right. Mr. Lee says Rogue One was rubbish. I agree. That Mom, you missed everything, says Donald. Yeah, welcome back, Mom. Donald taking Mr. Lee's lines now. Yeah. Meredith, welcome. Just ranting about Star Wars up in this bitch for some reason. Mr. Lee started, or somebody started it. Donald started it, I think. 2 grand fill up heart, pure love. 2 red-headed nuts like me. Yeah, I heard something about that too. That don't help things. Why does it even, like, for one, Jedi's not even supposed to be having any kind of personal relationship, so that's not what this story is about, but they want to make it about that. Everything, they're turning everything gay. Everything's gay. I don't care if anyone's gay, but they're clearly saturating all of the entertainment with so much of this that it's just so glaringly obvious that they're trying to influence the shit out of the children, because they know children are watching this stuff. They're trying to plant that seed in kids' heads. So they need to fucking stop. There's not supposed to be any kind of dating life whatsoever for Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Jedi who's not supposed to have personal connections. That's what got Anakin in trouble, right? He wasn't supposed to do that, and it created a whole goddamn problem. And he ended up turning into Darth Vader at the end of it because, he broke the rule. Nutter. Obi-Wan is not gay. Are you sure, Mr. Lee? Are you sure about that? Then also, guys, I received a box from FedEx totally empty. They took my brakes and trailer hitch. Ben says Disney made Obi-Wan gay. Jen says, what the F, Batmom? That's what I thought Ben said, says Batmom. Obi-Wan Leia. Obi-Wan Leia. Yeah. Cut open, take back. No idea. Jedi life is solo. Yes. Because it's Disney, says Batmom. Yeah. Yeah, I heard something along those lines. But seeing look at this stuff. Just a quick search on Obi-Wan. Here's a video talking about Obi-Wan is a horrible guy. Obi-Wan Kenobi is the most overrated and despicable person in all of Star Wars. Here's another one. Another site says Obi-Wan Kenobi's main villain is exactly who Star Wars fans expected but I'm not sure what they mean there. Obi-Wan Kenobi confronted key Disney era Jedi hunters are receiving live action date. What the hell? Talking about the new villain. Liam Neeson returns as Qui-Gon. Why? He died. He fucking died. He might he might come back as a Force ghost, but here's a Reddit where it says Obi-Wan Kenobi is not a good guy. Here's a Forbes article. Star Wars fans are debating Obi-Wan's sexuality. It says here, regardless, it hardly seems to matter. The guy was a lifelong bachelor, hard ringing over his kiss during the most hormonal years of his life. What? So, it's just crazy, some of the stuff I'm seeing. Let me get back to see what's in the chat here. Everyone wants Leia. Wants to. Yeah, except in the show, she's a little girl. just saying. Donald says, Batmom, is there anything you can do? Jen says, I gave up on Star Wars a long time ago. Yeah, they fucked it. Batmom says, Donald, I sent the pictures to Rock Auto. I'm sure they will fix it. Green Paws is here. Welcome. He says, right, it's not like they bragged about Foghorn Leghorn being gay, but they didn't rub it in our face like Uncle Fester. It was better when they just didn't say anything. Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with the story, like especially for a Jedi. A Jedi's not supposed to have those kind of interactions. It would matter to the story if the Jedi did do that, like in the prequels. That was the whole thing. This personal connection that he wasn't supposed to have ended up tainting his training, and ended up, that was part of what caused his downfall. Yoda tried to explain it to him, but he didn't listen because hormones and stuff. I mean, that's why, like, I kind of was working on a story idea that was a Star Wars story idea that involved something like that, except it was a little step beyond. It was a Jedi Master and her Padawan, and they were same sex. And the only thing about the reason why that mattered is because people it kept people from suspecting that such a thing was happening, because in general most people expect normal heterosexual stuff, but because it was a female Jedi Master and her Padawan, it kind of flew under the radar a lot more easily. But it does become discovered, and it creates an issue because it's against the rules. It's against the rules to have personal relationships. It doesn't matter if it's straight, gay, or whatever. They're not supposed to do it. And the only point in the story is that it kind of flew under the radar because it was a same-sex relationship. Allowed it to go too far, which Anakin's his went way too damn far, didn't it? It went so damn far he ended up turning into Darth Vader. But it's almost amazing that it did. How the fuck did Obi-Wan not catch on quicker? I mean, that was a flaw in the prequel series movies, I thought. Is like, oh, Anakin's the father, isn't he? Are you just now figuring this out, Obi-Wan? Where the fuck is your head been this whole time? All the way up your ass. You should have saw it coming. You should have made sure that he got nowhere near her. How the fuck it flew in? I mean, that was a flaw in that whole damn story. How the hell did Obi-Wan not realize there was a problem a lot earlier? Just, it was crazy. Kept sending me rubbish parts. Problem with them, what happened? Rock Auto, the media, Lucky Show. Was if you were at Lucky Show last week, but you missed everything. I didn't know that at all, Lucky. What part? What do you mean? What'd I say? Donald says, Batman ordered steering rack for me mustard. They sent it the wrong one first time. Second one, the line was cross-threaded and leaked. Garbage parts. New Disney canon book has made him bisexual. Yeah. They couldn't help themselves, could they? They couldn't help themselves. They're and see there's some psychological games going on here. They know damn well, good and well, that people like us are going to notice this bullshit and then we're going to say something about it. But we need to also be aware that they're going to use that as something to point to and say, see, you're intolerant. That's part of their game. That's part of their circle jerk that they're trying to pull here. They're purposely trying to jack with you on some level to get you to speak up against it, and then they'll use that to claim that you are some kind of ist or phobe, and you're not. You're just calling them out for their crazy bullshit that they're pulling. So you just need to not be afraid. Don't be afraid. They can call you an ist or a phobe all day long, and just let it roll off, because the more people that speak up about it, the sooner we will defeat this complete nonsense bullshit and get, hopefully, well, movie industry is probably never going to ever be good again. I mean, that whole thing, that culture, that business is maybe itself has played out. You know, where a lot of people aren't even going to want to go to the theaters anymore. They'd rather just watch it, at home, using one of the services that are out there. Because now people can get this big fucking TV and a great sound system, and they don't have to go sit on questionable cleanliness seats at the theater, and it may be done. It may be done. We may never get that time, because, like I've said here before, I used to go every weekend to the theater. That was how. Because after I got rid of my TV, that's just kind of what I did. That was my thing. Every weekend I went and saw a movie. But no more. And probably won't ever again. That means gay. Batman says, Mr. Lee, I told them not to tell us the secrets of life since you were nowhere to be found, but they didn't listen. Donald started it all. Batman says, I'm feeling that I may have missed a lot of Star Wars. Are we talking about the Star Wars movies or the TV crap? Some of both. Some of both. I mean, you had the original 3 movies, which is now called Episode 4, 5, and 6. Then they had the prequels, where it was young Anakin and everybody, Qui-Gon Jinn, fucking Jar Jar Binks, Episodes 1, 2, and 3. And then here more recently, they did the sequel trilogy, which was all a bunch of crap, complete garbage shit. And then they also did the movie called Solo, which is like a backstory for Han Solo that really didn't need to be done. But if you were going to do it, you need to do it better than that, and with the correct actor. That was a crap movie. And then they did a movie called Rogue One, which was another crap movie. So we got Obi-Wan, we got the Mandalorian, all kinds of problems there. Oh, about Leia being kid. Yeah, and the Obi-Wan, because this is when Luke and Leia are growing up, and Obi-Wan is doing his thing apparently. Great trip. Don't see Judy. She was here earlier. They couldn't help themselves. Green Paul says, I can't see a Jedi having a hot Tinder life night, right? Who wants to swipe right on Obi-Wan? I mean, I would hang with him at a function, but not for a Saturday night, right? He has a tiny house vibe. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Judy blocked me. Did I reply? Did I block Judy? I don't know. Did you? I think she left. Maybe Grinder. Judy or Jen says Judy hasn't been here for a few. Batmom. Yeah, I think she left earlier. Yeah. Istar the go-to thing today. Yeah. Just accuses someone, they are fucked. Yeah. A lot of people were like, "Oh, no, I'm not. I'm okay with it." Fuck that. You know what? If they're gonna accuse you of being an isterophobe, no matter what you do, you might as well just be the best isterophobe you can be. I mean, you might as well. I mean, because you can't fucking win. There ain't nothing you can do to win. Like they're gonna. The more you bend over backwards, the more they're gonna demand you bend over backwards. So they're gonna take an inch. You're gonna give an inch. They're gonna take a mile. Right? That's the way this goes. The more you back down, the more they push. They're like, well, I got them to go that far. I can push them a little further, and I can push them a little further. I control this person. I feel the power. I am powerful. And what we need to do when that shit happens is not tell them, you know what, fuck off. I don't give a fuck what you say. I don't give a fuck what you think. You far left psycho morons. You're idiots. Take your ist and your phobic accusation bullshit. The fact is most people do not give a shit about that stuff. Racism was dead in this country like fucking 30 years ago, really. It was a thing of the past. No one was interested in bringing it back, but you motherfuckers brought it back. The far left brought it back. They're trying to fan those coals they want to bring back because they need something to attack people over and accuse people of and say, look, we got this huge problem, and the people on the right, they're these horrible, they're supremacists. No, they're not goddamn supremacists. You're just accusing them of that because it's just a fucking game that you're playing. You're douchebag idiot fools. It was over. Racism was gone. But you guys you can't handle that. You want to bring it back. You need it to be so you can fight it. And it's still gone. It really is. They can't stand that the people like, oh, you just don't care. Well, why don't you celebrate Black History Month or something? Like, because I really don't give a fuck about Black History Month. I'm sorry, I just don't. I mean, I like history, and history has no goddamn color. I recognize Black History Month as being part of your fucking game. And what's fucked up is when you guys designated Black History Month, you were being racist. You were basically saying that Black history doesn't rate with regular history. So you got to create its own month. You got to help it. You got to give it a leg up because it can't stand on its own. And I'm saying, no, it stands just fine with the rest of history. Stop being a fucking racist. You don't need no Black History Month bullshit to elevate Black people because Black people are already elevated with everyone else. Stop being racist assholes and trying to act like everyone else is a racist instead of you. The far left are the goddamn racists. That's what it really amounts to. Holy shit. How they don't see this shit, I don't know. Fucking morons. Like racists, Mr. Lee. Racists, sexists, all that shit. Mr. Lee, don't think it has the draw God City where it seems like judgy. Don't get me started on that asshole Yoda. Ben says, I'm going to let Lockbeard get to it. Oh, yeah. Oh, you mean this thing? Is that what it was? I'm trying to catch up in the chat here. Gone with the Wind. I'm late. Tuesday's Gone with the Wind. What? Green Paul says, sorry, I swore, but Yoda is really difficult and its grammar is awful. I can't see. Yeah, you don't like Yoda, you do. Or don't. Like Yoda, you don't. Yeah, it's all fucked up. Batmom says the crap ones was the ones that came out in 90s. Those sucked. Yeah, the prequels. Like if you want to see something like, I don't know, like you watch, so you're talking about with Jar Jar Binks and stuff like that. A lot of people complained about Jar Jar Binks in the first movie, and then George Lucas, I guess, decided to like de-emphasize him in the next movie, so he really didn't do anything. But there's a video out there. If you search Jar Jar Binks Sith Lord, you should see a video with a thumbnail that has green lettering, like not too different from the color green, right here, the brighter green, right? In Phenomena above me. There's some, the font on the thumbnail is got that color green, so you'll know you got the right video. And they make one hell of a case for the possibility that George Lucas's original idea for Jar Jar Binks was that he was actually just acting like he was a goofball, and the whole time he was the head Sith Lord. He was the top bad guy in the whole damn thing, but it got changed or something. Getting muggy as hell. Yeah. You must unlearn what you have learned. Yeah. Mr. Lee, Green Paws, he lacks faith in Yoda. He lacks faith in the Force. I think that's what we're dealing with here.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Yep. Love that song and that smell. Hot flashes. Rex, welcome. That also says Rex, that smells means something deep for me. Green Paul says, Lee, I am open to unlearning my learnedness. Just don't come at me about Yoda. Yoda is part of the problem. Holy shit, we got a Yoda hater. That is why you fail. Green Paul says, Lockbeard, I hear you on the racism, all those freaking videos of black people being shot for no reason. I mean, what about all those videos of white housewives being shot? They don't show them. Rex, Give Me 3 Steps was good too. Fun song I used to rock out with my boombox that I would put in my front seat of my 64 Chevy Nova with my Bad Company tape. I was pretty cool. Not so far, Donald. Not so far. That wasn't a normal thing, obviously. Like, I mean, sometimes you hear some shit going on out here, but last night was kind of excessive. Somebody was probably drunk or something. Give me back my bullets, says Rex. The company, silver, blue, and gold color in the sky, I told. Green Paul says, Donald Fuller, I thought drag stuff was his courage. Are you going AOC on us? No, last night when I was live last night and somebody was out here in the road, like revving and running up down the road and making all kinds of racket in their vehicle. Chewbacca is not a Sasquatch. Mr. Lee. That one says Green Paul's racism is BS. There's right and there's wrong. If I don't like you, it's not because of your skin color. It's because you're a douche. So I'll treat you as a douche. 95% of us are blind. Yeah. But the law isn't. The law isn't. Like if a white person kills a black person, they will sell it as it's a hate crime, and then he will get a larger sentence than a black person that kills a white person. That's legal racism. When it's the same crime. It don't matter why. It's like if someone wrecks into me. I don't care why you wrecked into me. You wrecked my car. You ran into me. I don't care why. You were fighting with someone in the car. You were drinking. Weren't paying attention. Whatever. Doesn't matter. I don't care why. You ran into me. So they're trying to use that to marginalize and make legal racism against white people is what hate crimes are. That's what it is. It doesn't matter why you killed someone. What matters is that you killed them. That's the crime. The crime isn't what was going on in your head. Who cares what was going on in your head? The only thing that matters about what happened in your head is that you made a decision to kill someone. The reason doesn't matter. So hate crime laws are racism themselves. That also racist. The two races and the racism was taught to us from the people claiming to be victims of it. Yeah. May the thwarts be with you. May the thwarts be with you. That wouldn't be from that parody movie of Star Wars, would it? Surely not.
I'm surrounded by assholes.
That mom says, why don't we have anything called doucheism or retardism? Well, shit, nowadays, like, so I've had people get all bent out of shape for using the word retard. Like, you're not supposed to use that word. Well, shit, we're starting to run out of words. You guys are going to make every damn word illegal to say. Well, how about we just go back to where everyone just cussed each other, I mean, and just said what they said, and they would just insult each other with words like retard. What comes to mind right now is Bill and Ted when they called that somebody a fag. Well, nowadays, that's like a fucking, crime. This, almost to say that. Oh, you can't use that as an insult for someone. Well, people used to do it all the time, and nobody really. It didn't destroy civilization. Might hurt somebody's feelings for a second, and usually the person they were calling that wasn't actually that. So I don't know. What? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's just a stupid word. And if you aren't a complete pussy, you just let it roll off of you and go on about your business. If the person doesn't like you enough to say mean things to you like that, then why do you care what they say at all? It was a word that came out of their mouth. They're an insignificant person to you because they don't even like you. So why should you care what they say? You just go on about your life. Who cares? You start picking all these words you can't say, it's just a minefield just trying to talk to people. That one says took 6D batteries to power the boombox up. Love my rock and roll, says Rex. Donald says street racers practice on the back roads to avoid cops. Well, there ain't no cops out here. There's one that lives about halfway to town though, so they might want to not go too far that way, but government's made racism up. Basically, people were pretty much over. I mean, there was a few, but they weren't really doing anything. It's almost literally like South Park portrayed it. I don't know if anyone saw where they had the Triple K Club. Well, they didn't call them that. I call them that, the Triple K Club. And they were all acting like a bunch of goofy retards out in the woods and having a cake raffle. Showing, they were lifting up their robes and showing what underwear they had on. So everybody had they were supposed to wear funny underwear, and one guy lifts up and he don't have anything on, and they're just acting like a bunch of goofballs out in the woods. They're not they're not actually doing any racism. If that's a phrase that makes sense. Brainwashing douchebags who fed racism to us. Yeah. Meatballs. Donald, or Greenpaw says, Donald, luminous beings are we, not crude flatlander flesh puppets. Isn't that, wait a minute, the earth isn't flat? Oh, I saw where the Siru, fucking, oh shit, I'm losing names now. I'm getting tired. It's late. I'm not remembering his name right now. Questions everything. He was on. He's on Texas Front Porch, or he was on Texas Front Porch for a lot of episodes. Damn it, I'm forgetting his name. Anyway, he did one of the Siru shows the other day, talking about how the Bible says that it's a flat cosmology, not a flat Earth. So I'm not even feeling like looking at that shit right now. But I'm sure it's hilarity will ensue. Spaceballs, yep. Got a bad feeling about this. But Mom says, yes, my memory isn't what it used to be, Jen. Rex says, can't say what you think, your buddy gets butthurt. Yeah. Star Wars quote, chillax. Everybody gets butthurt, yeah. Mr. Lee says, Lockbeard, you have 2 more subscribers. Woohoo! Yeah, Jason. Yeah, I don't know. File not found. File not found. Anyway, there's some crazy ass shit over on that channel. Green Paul says there's lots of flatlanders around the globe. Yeah. I swear, like a lot of those people, they seem like they are of some kind of reasonable level of intelligence, and yet they buy into flat Earth. So I can only guess that they're just goddamn trolls. That they don't actually believe that they just say they do because they just want to fuck with people. And I guess that's their most important thing to do is fuck with people. But I'll say it like I said before, if you talk about flat Earth to a child, you are sabotaging their education, and you are criminal. You're absolutely criminal. It's a kind of child abuse, really. So all you flat earthers out there, you better stay the fuck away from kids. And I don't even care if it's your kid. It's goddamn, you can't psychologically abuse your fucking kid, dude. And that's the level of what this is. You're sabotaging their education. You're sabotaging your child's future, and you're not fit to have a kid if you're teaching them fucking flat earth, you goddamn piece of shit. So don't do it. You believe it all you want if you're an adult and you fell for that shit, but you do not teach that shit to kids. Do not sabotage their future. Mr. Lee says, I can't even be bothered with the flat earth nonsense. It's fucking nuts, Mr. Lee. I'm telling you. Slide off the edge. Yeah. Kansas. Batmall says people use racism as a crutch. They think that because they had a family member who was a slave back in the day and using it to be mad, fool, the only cotton you be picking was out of an aspirin bottle. Well, yeah, I mean, it's just a way to get your way, right? You play that card when you're not getting your way to try and get your way. And at the end of the day, though, yeah, none of these people were slaves. No one alive today was a slave master. And if you are truthful about the history of things, white people did not roll up on Africa and start chasing black people around the African bush. They purchased those slaves from black slave owners. Those people were already being enslaved by their own people. They leave that little part out. They also leave out the part where slavery is still happening today in Africa. It never got truly eliminated from Africa. They try to keep it on the down low so they don't, upset everybody out there. They want to make it look like it's not there, but it's there. I mean, really, if you give a fair assessment, white people have the very best record on slavery in history. We, as a race, all of us, agreed to get rid of it. I mean, we debated it and we argued it, and some shit went down. But every single country controlled by Caucasian people got rid of slavery. We have the very best record on slavery, and they want to try and blame it all on us like we had a monopoly on it. The Indians practiced it. The Asians practice it. The Africans everyone practiced some slavery, and some of them still are. And Africans are one of those groups. So explain that shit, motherfuckers. Scorpions, productive human society. How thick is the flat Earth? Fuck, I think they got different ideas about that too. Mr. Lee says Bigfoot Anon, he's a flat earther. When he came on Moog's show, that was funny as hell, man. Moog's eye rolls. Yeah. It's so damn ridiculous. Like, Jesus Christ. He's got to be a troll. It's got to be a troll. He's just trying to make money off of flat earthers. That's all it is. People, if he actually believes that shit, then you have to truly, completely question his intellect. Rough, but there it is, man. No flat earth crap. Yeah. Rock you like a hurricane. Sorry about that. 1976 school. That mom says, my grandpa actually did leave Oklahoma to California to pick cotton, just saying. Sometimes you got to go pick cotton. Yeah. Yeah. And there was even white people being enslaved by black people. Leave that part out too. But they want to make it, it's almost like they want everyone to believe that white people were the only ones that did it. And we're still at fault today for it, generations later, which is a form of slavery, by the way. When you blame an entire race of people for the actions of a few of their member, that's stereotyping. That's a kind of racism. I mean, really, if you break down a lot of this crap that they do, they're the ones trying to act like they're anti-racist, but they really end up being the racist in the end. And they're racist against goddamn everybody. That's the weird thing. Black, white, Mexican, Indian, Asian, they don't give a fuck. They are racist against everybody at the end of the day. Donald, has anyone heard from Uncle Bones? Not since Thursday, says Mr. Lee. Haven't seen Uncle Bones. I don't know. Where is Uncle Bones? Green Paul says, if you buy clothes made in China, you're supporting child labor. Yeah, you are. They're selling us out. Our government is selling us out to China, by the way. I mean, the Chinese are all up in this bitch, and a lot of people are not seeing it yet. They own so much shit here, it's insane. And there's going to come a day where they're probably going to just roll up in here and say, look, this bitch is ours. We don't care where you assholes go, but you need to not be here. And because they don't give a fuck about human life, dude. They will not respect any kind of freedom of us or right to be here at all. They will not give a fuck. They will ship us all out. Black, white, Indian, they don't give a fuck. Oh, you're native? We don't give a fuck. We're taking over. Get the fuck out. China's coming. And I think the elites are just going to let them have it. They're going to be like, yeah, you go ahead, take it. We got our big homes and compounds elsewhere in the world. Or they'll be allowed to stay because they're just part of the whole group that circle jerk. They're part of it's part of their game. China clothes are kid size. Their XL is literally a small. Now it makes sense. Kids will make them mind blown. Him and DMs. Moog says, I practice those eye rolls. Rex says, if you're a flat earth or just walk until you fall off. If you are a flat earther or just walk until you fall off. Well, some of them believe that the earth does not, like some of them believe there's a, the Antarctica is a ring around us and there's a dome. And that the reason why you're not allowed to go to Antarctica, well, they claim you're not allowed to go. If the government won't let you go to Antarctica, they claim. I challenge them to take their ass to Antarctica and see for themselves that you can go to Antarctica and then shut the fuck up. But anyway, they claim the government won't let you go to Antarctica because they don't want you to get over there and see that there's a dome over the entire earth. But there's other ones that don't believe there's a dome. They believe that the earth continues on. The flat earth continues on, and there's many more continents out there that we're not allowed to know that they exist. It's wild. Where these people have completely lost their goddamn mind. Don't know his real name. Moog's in the mirror. That mom says you can always tell when Moog's is annoyed or thinks a person is full of poop. Yeah, you can. We can kind of tell. Moog says, see, I just practiced another one. Green Paul says, I learned about slavery in school, but I didn't think it was my fault. I thought our ancestors could be assholes like Yoda, but the kids today are all right. Donald says, I noticed that when Vault played his BS audio, Moogs looked, yeah, that was one of those moments right there. That was one of those moments right there. He's like, yeah, bullshit. This is such bullshit. No, people don't like David Pilates, but watch his video from the day. Yeah, I haven't watched his stuff for a long time. For a little bit there, I was like, hey, this guy might be legit, but then things just didn't start adding up, and I don't know. I'm not sure about David Pilates, but I'll check the video out. Might as well. I haven't seen anything from him in a long time. I mean, I know he's putting stuff out, but I haven't watched his stuff in a long time. There's just so much shit out there and so much to do. And Mama says, I can see Putin just nuclearing this shiz out of the U.S. Oh, I don't think there's any risk of that. Like, they want us to believe there's a risk of that, but the reality is no. All these big governments acting like they hate each other, they're all working together. But they want you to believe there's this threat and that threat, so you think you actually need them to protect you from them, and no one's actually going to shoot the goddamn nuke. But they want you to believe that threat is there so that you can fall for all their bullshit. Because if you nuke a place, you can't use it. And it doesn't just stay there. It gets in the atmosphere and it's going to affect you and your homeland. It just don't make any sense to use nukes, period. They sold people on this whole mutually assured destruction thing, but the reality is no one, if you shoot nukes, you're going to die too. because of if the mutual, so no one's going to shoot. No one's going to shoot. But they definitely want you to believe that threat's there. And Putin, he's just there to sit over there, saber rattling. That's his job, is to sit over there and act like he's like a possible threat to the United States. He's not. He's just playing part of this game. Green Paul says, I have faith in the upcoming kids. They're awesome. Who the fuck is Vault? Vault of Nightmares. Vault of Nonsense. The guy that threatens to kill people every other week. But although, like, because I did a live stream, the last live stream where I put his face on there, and then people made fun. And he, like, in his response video, he was like, he was saying that I was making fun of those women. I wasn't making fun of those women. Some of y'all in the chat here did that, but I didn't do that. But he was saying I did. Anyway, he got through the whole video, was complaining about me and Donald, and he didn't want to name names, but he got through the whole video without threatening to kill us. And I then knew that there was hope for my child, adopted. He's clearly not my genetics, but there was hope. He's learning from me. And
I'm his father. He comes to me for advices.
Indeed. As long as Yoda doesn't screw them up. Yeah. That's sweet. No future in the kids. Pretty dumb. No one is relevant, says Donald. No one relevant. You talking about Volt isn't relevant. Batman says, Donald, yep, so you're saying you recorded that 3 days ago? I roll. Yeah. Green Pulse. If there was a dome over the earth, the UFOs would be able to abduct us. Would what idiots? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think they probably think that the UFOs are like angels and shit like that. Anyone seen Polly? I don't think in a couple days. Yeah. China. Rex says, if China rolls in, I got plenty of bullets. Well, you're going to need every last one of them. There's a whole bunch of them motherfuckers. There are so many of them. What they would do if they go to war, they'd probably just like order all their females to just start popping babies, and we could just shoot and shoot and shoot, and they would just keep coming. They would never stop. There's so many of them suckers. There's just no stopping them. Golden Paul says, if there was a dome over the flat earth, the UFOs wouldn't be able to fly in to abduct us. So, see, you corrected the and finished that other comment. That one says, I like Putin. He is bad to the bone, mastermind dictator. He's not like the other dictator wannabes like Hitler. Putin is dangerous. Yeah, I don't think he's going to do anything to us. It's just saber rattling. Chess says, Rex, didn't you say you were from Belair? Well, yeah, there's probably going to be a lot of that. The reality, you're probably right. The reality is people are thinking, well, this is going to be this, soldiers are going to march in and we can fight them. There's they can just fly over and just start dropping shit. Hell, they don't even need bombs. They can just fly over and just drop anything. Or just crash. That's the thing. Just crash it into shit. Throw people out. Whatever. But yeah, a lot of Americans You talk about that like, well, I'm armed, and they say that they'll never invade us because there'll be an armed American behind every tree. But the reality is not. That's not enough. That's not enough. We'd be completely fucked. They got way too many soldiers, way too many people. They'll have no problem like drafting every single man and sending him to fight, and then they can bomb, and they might use some dirty tactics, some dirty weapons, chemicals, biological, anything. They don't give a fuck. They poisoned their own country. Greenpaw says Putin is in deep doo because the U.S. is sanctioning all his mistresses. His life is miserable. At his age, he probably really doesn't care anymore. He's like, yeah, I was going to fire them bitches anyway. Rex says, yeah, Blair, Oklahoma. We live in Warren for a while, 20 miles north. Timmy Boy says, I feel better with bullets. Greenpaw says, Batmom, we know where the real power is. Chessport says, Rex Hand, I used to go to a great little steakhouse there when I was in Altus for classes, sim training. Greenpaw says, Batmom, they are all gymnasts. What the fuck is with that? I don't know. Rex says, man, I remember those places. It was good times. Jen says, screen is blurry. Hello, pillows. Good night, everyone. Yeah, I really need to wrap it up. We've gone another 4 hours again this time. I need to stop doing that. It's too fucking tired. Mr. Lee says, thank you, Lockbeard. Good show. The Queen is still a reptilian, though, I'm saying. No, she's not, Mr. Lee. Rex says, good night, Jen. Mr. Lee says, see ya, peeps. Have a cool day. Rex says, I believe that Mr. Lee, no one lives that long. Oh, she ain't that old, is she? Mr. Lee says, Rex, that's what I'm saying. She got the very best medical care. Team Boy says, later, guys. Yep. So, thanks, everyone, for coming.
Be sure to subscribe to my channel if you haven't already, because subscribing makes you feel good.
Yeah, sorry it went so damn long. But, yeah. See y'all next time.